for us are new to the fascinating task of nation building. The past is gone with all its bitterness and rancor and recrimination. The future is upon us, and great events await the leadership of the wise and brave. We have an uphill task to perform, and this is not the time for us, leaders and followers. The issue is not who is right and who is wrong. The main issue is what is right for the Federation of Nigeria and for humanity. In assuming the office of Governor General and Commander-in-Chief, I hereby call upon all compatriots to join Alhaji Abubakar and myself in this historic mission of reviving the statue of man in Africa. There is plenty of room at the top, and there is plenty of work to be done. I call upon Alhaji Ahmad Bello, the Sardana of Sokoto, to join us in this herculean task of national reconstruction. I exhort Chief Obafemi Awolowo to associate with us in this great adventure of restoring the dignity of man in the world. There are many leaders who can give active support and assistance to our nation in this extreme hour of need. Chief Samuel Ladoke Akintola and Chief Dennis Chidoke Osadebe of Western Nigeria, Dr. Michael Opara and Michael Grace Ikoku of Eastern Nigeria, Malam Aminu Kano, Malam Ibrahim Imam of Northern Nigeria, and countless others. I appeal to all our leaders far and near to forget the wounds which were inflicted in the course of our internet's authentication. The love of our country does not outweigh the love of our pretty slave selves. The enjoyment of individual freedom under the law should mean more to us than our self-centered party programs and manifestos. Common dangers and common enemies alert us to the need for community scrutiny. The British came in 1851 and found us hopelessly divided in tribal compartments. When British transferred power to us on 1st of October 1960, it was no longer an expression of geography, but a reality of history. In our years of political salvage, we became socially and economically integrated. We have also developed an identity of interest and have catalyzed common nationality. The process of political integration reached its zenith at midnight of 30th of September 1960, when we lustily sang our national anthem and our national flag was hoisted aloft to the signal and the birth of the new nation. Come and join Abubakar with me, Sardana, Awolowo, Akintola, Opara, Osadebe, Ikoku, Aminu Kano, Ibrahim Imam. Let us bind the nation's word and let us heal the breaches so so that in forging our nation we can emerge on this continent a hate-free, fear-free and greed-free people who shall be in the vanguard of World Task Force, whose assignment is not only to revive the stature of mankind but also restore the dignity of man in the world. As for me, my serious earthly assignment is ended and my major life's work is done. My country is now free and I will be honored to be its first indigenous head of state. What more could one desire in life? I thank God for sparing my life to witness the independence of my native land. I am grateful to God for the opportunity to serve, and I hereby pledge solemnly to render faithfully and loyal service to my country. This, as in the past, I shall not have consideration for personal comfort or safety or even life itself. If there are if there are the price I must pay for leadership in order to preserve the freedom and unity of my country, the independence of Nigeria was doubly fought and dearly won. In our protracted battles, some of our heroes and heroines fell by the way side. Some went the way of all flesh. Some paid with their lives. Some were incarcerated. Some lost their jobs. Some sacrificed their fortunes. Some were ostracised, while some were victimized and made to suffer indignity because they dared to demand freedom for Nigeria in our lifetime. Therefore, we must jealously guard our freedom with our lives. If need be, I have made up my mind to do all that lies in my power so that our newly sworn freedom shall endure. All that remains to be done now is for our leaders and our followers to demonstrate the spiritual relentlessness which had enabled us to survive the outlaw of the past. With faith in eventual success on our adventure in the community of nations, we can look forward to the morrow with hope and clarity for our fellow man. Knowing that the text has been done and that the prospects of the future are bright. In the words of a distinguished American poet, Langston Hughes, let us youthfully march together for a greater tomorrow, for Nigeria in unity with faith. We have tomorrow bright before us, like a flame. Yesterday a night dawn thing, a sundown name, and dawn today. Broad arc about the roads we marched. Dr. the Azikiwe speech offers the wealth of lessons that remain relevant even today. Until unity and diversity Azikiwe emphasized on the diverse economic groups coming together on the Nigerian flag highlights the importance of unity in a nation. The Nigerian flag highlights the importance of unity in a nation and rich cultural diversity. Respect for human dignity, which is the title of the speech. The core of Azikiwe's message is the importance of respecting one another's dignity. It calls to uphold human rights regardless of the race or ethnicity, in a timeless lesson in promoting equality and justice of all individuals. Leadership and sacrifice. Azikiwe's own life and commitment to the cause of Nigeria's independence underscores the idea that true leaders prioritize the well-being of their nation over personal gain. The lesson is that leadership often requires sacrifices for the greater good. Democratic values. Azikiwe references to representative democracy and rule of law, emphasizes the necessity of those democratic principles, ensuring accountable and just governance. These principles are crucial today, and they were then as they were then. National identity and pride. Azikiwe's speech emphasizes the pride and sense of identity that come with independence. The lesson is that a strong sense of national identity can drive a nation forward, fostering a shared sense of purpose and responsibility. Learning from history. Azikiwe awareness of historical injustice and the importance of learning from them highlights the value of understanding the past to avoid repeating mistakes. The lesson is that initial progress is built on acknowledging history and striving for a more equitable future. Global responsibility. Azikiwe called for Nigeria to be a force of positive change in Africa, relentless and determination. Azikiwe's description of the struggle faced during the independence underscores the lesson that relentless determination and perseverance are essential qualities for achieving significant goals, even when faced with adversity. Inclusiveness and tolerance. Azikiwe's advocacy for religious freedom, tolerance, and the rejection of racial prejudice emphasize the importance of inclusivity and acceptance in changing a harmonized society. Legacy and inspiration. Azikiwe's speech reminds us that our actions today can shape the legacy we leave for generations. His words continue to inspire individuals to work towards a better future based on principles of justice, equality, and human dignity. Let us draw inspiration from this lesson and apply them to the context of our time. Promoting unity amid diversity is an increasingly intercontinental world. The importance of unity across diverse groups is more relevant than ever. Let us work to bridge our divisions, embrace diversity, and find strength in our shared humanity. Championing human rights. Azikiwe's plea for protection of human rights applies globally. He as advocate for justice. Let us stand against discrimination, injustice, and violation of human dignity wherever it occurs. Exercising responsible leadership. True leadership involves putting the interests of the people and the planet above personal gain. Let us demand and embody transparent, accountable, and ethical leadership in our communities, nations, and global institutions. Upholding democratic values. Democracy remains a cornerstone of just governance. Let's actively participate in democratic processes, ensure representation of all voices, and hold our leaders accountable for upholding the rule of law, nurturing national identity and pride. In an era of globalization, it is essential to preserve our unique contract. It is essential to preserve our unique cultural different identities while embracing a shared sense of global citizenship. Let's encourage our heritage and contribute positively to the world community. Learning from history. The lessons of history are invaluable guides for navigating our present challenges. Let's acknowledge past injustice, learn from them, and call to rectify ongoing issues for a fairer future. Global responsibility and cooperation. In a world facing complex challenges like climate change, poverty, and pandemic, let us recognize our responsibility to cultivate internationally for the betterment of all humanity. Resilience and determination. Adversity may take different forms, but the qualities of relentlessness and determination are timeless. Let's face challenges head on, adapting and preserving to achieve positive change, fostering inclusiveness and tolerance. Our society has become increasingly diverse. Let's actively promote understanding, respect, and inclusivity, rejecting bigotry and discrimination of all forms. Building a lasting legacy just as Azikiwe legacy endures for future generations. The echoes of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe's speech remind us that the pursuit of a better world is an ongoing journey. It is a journey that requires our collective dedication, unwavering commitment, and a shared belief in the principles of justice, equality, and human dignity. As we face the challenges and opportunities of our time, let us heed this call to action and contribute to a brighter future for all. And with that, we've come to the end of Nnamdi Azikiwe's And now we'll be revisiting Professor Yemi Osinbajo. African can prosper in increasingly complex world. African can prosper in increasing complex world. In this thought-provoking, insightful address at the African Leadership Center at King Colleges, London, His Excellency Professor Yemi Osinbajo, the former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, embarked on a journey of reflection, wisdom, and hope. Addressing a diverse audience of academic scholars and young minds, Professor Yemi Osinbajo set the stage for a captivating discourse on how Africa can strive in the face of rapidly changing global landscape, drawing on history perspectives. Drawing on historic perspective, contemporary challenges, and the role of responsible leadership. Drawing an historic perspective, contemporaries challenges the role of responsible leadership. The ex-vice president urged African nations to seize the opportunity presented by complexity, leveraging innovation, the ex-vice president urged African nations to seize the opportunities presented by complexity, leveraging innovation, regional cooperation, and knowledge-driven governance to shape a prosperous future by the continent. He dived into the complexities of issues such as the Russian-Ukraine war, climate change, digitalization, and Africa's engagement with global powers. His call to action resonates as a rally cry for a united and empowered Africa prepared to embrace a new era of growth and development. The speech. Protocol. It is such a pleasure to be here at King's College and at the African Leadership Center. Being here is somewhat nostalgic for me. As a student at the London School of Economics many years ago, and looking forward at the so many young faces here, I'm embarrassed to say how many years ago that was. I am also a professor, and so I'm happy to be in the academic environment, especially after the utter madness of politics. So I must thank the management of the African Leadership Center for the kind invitation to be here. King's College London is to be commended for its contributions to train an outstanding set of leaders in Africa, especially Nigeria, over the years. Of course, so many who are here now, including Professor Yemi Olusegun, Professor Kenneth Dike, a distinguished historian and the first indigenous Vice Chancellor of Nigeria's first university, the University of Ibadan, is an alumnus of the King's College. We have also have Chief Mrs. Kofoworola Pratt, founder of the first school of nursing in Nigeria at the University College Hospital Ibadan, also studied here. Mrs. Pratt was the recipient of the Florence Nightingale Medal from the International Committee of Red Cross. The doctor in our team, Dr. Nicholas Ade Friend, who is here as part of my delegation, is also an alumnus of King's College London, and he never lets us forget about it. Some of us have cautioned him to not avail that just having been here doesn't make him Desmond Tutu. I also think that we would all agree that the African Leadership Center deserves commendation for how it has now has a few short years in its establishment, gained a stellar reputation for researchers and teaching on leadership studies, focusing on the African continent and training a generation of scholars and practitioners on issues of peace, security and international development. I know that the theme of the King's African Week 2023 was changing Africa in a shifting global landscape. So I will tailor my remarks this evening to this broad theme, while also seeking to answer the questions of how Africa can prosper in shifting global landscape. I think that in a point on which there is no reasonable dispute is that we live in a complex and somewhat confusing time. The lines have never been more blurred in the various conceptual prisms through which we view the world. The existence of several centers of political and economic power since the unpolar world of the 1990s have meant that there are various ways in which development are viewed. In addition to the United States, we now have China, Russia, and European Union, the UK, United, and Brazil as dominant regional powers. The perspective, decisions, and actions of these actors impact not only their region but also across the world, including the multilateral forums across the world. The Russian-Ukraine war. Let us reconsider the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war and how it impacted Africa and the world. Apart from its consequences of international peace and security, the war has signaled a breakdown of global order which emerged at the point of the Second World War and is a source of concern to many African countries. Now, we now have to steer their way delicately between major powers. But the more immediate and consequential fallout in the war are the sharp hikes in food, especially wheat, sunflower oil, rice, maize, and then fuel and fertilizer prices. African countries are often dependent on one or both of the warring parties of food and oil. When the conflict believes When the conflict began in February last year, the price of wheat increased by 67%. By December 2021, all prices similarly went through the roof. The international prices of oil averaged 100 barrels in 2002 as compared to 90 barrels in 2001. Given that some of the key manufacturing countries are oil importers, high oil prices invariably translated to higher prices of the product as well. This prices shock and disruption of supply chain of various commodities across Nigeria, across Africa, led to high inflation at a time when most countries were struggling to overcome the economic and social fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic, especially debt and foreign currency crisis. The situation was relieved somewhat by the deal that some brokered to enable the exploitation of Africa of the Ukrainian wheat. For Nigeria, let me say that despite our strong objective to invasion, for Nigeria, let me say that despite our strong objection to the invasion of Ukraine, as witnessed by our support for the UN resolution condemning the invasion, we have managed to maintain good relationship with both parties. We are now in the process of working out of grain supply from Russia, coordinated by the World Food Programme, and we recently accepted to provide some port space in Port Harcourt, Nigeria, for the distribution of grains from Ukraine to other parts of the African countries. But I think the economic fallout of the war for us in Africa should be a retrospective moment on the issue of self-sufficiency and food production. There are good news here and there about Zimbabwe, for instance, had its highest ever wheat harvest of 375,000 tons in 2022, and this increase in production. It achieved self-sufficiency in wheat production. It achieved this feat by increasing land under cultivation, improving fertilizer distributions, ensuring irrigation of the winter months, and an active collaboration between the government and the private sector. This means that Zimbabwe is insulated from the sharp increase of global wheat prices, or indeed further fallout from the war of Ukraine. What this shows is that through proactive measures, African countries can turn the crisis and others into opportunities. It may also be the moment for even bigger ideas that we may reconsider our approach to food production using climate smart methods that protect and enhance soil health and resilience. There is work being done by Climate Action Platform of Africa and Resilience. There is work being done by Climate Action Platform of Africa, which is an NGO concerned with introducing a different concept on how we could turn some of the problems we have experienced into opportunities in climate action area. If a final word of the Russian-Ukraine war, if on the final word of the Russia-Ukraine war, a few days ago, President Lula da Silva of Brazil proposed a peace club, probably led by China, to seek ways of ending the crisis. I think that sort of thinking is the way to go. The world must find parties that be trusted by both sides to intervene. Ultimately, this Russia-Ukraine war would have to end negotiations. The earlier that starts, the better. Climate crisis. Let me talk a little about the climate crisis. The climate crisis is central to current global complexities. Just a few days ago, the Intergovernmental Panel in Climate Change released a report cautioning that if speedy actions are not taken, global warming might attain 1.5 Celsius much earlier than expected, even possibly in the 2030s. This is a worrying prospect if we consider that African countries, despite being the lowest emitters of carbon, are the worst hit by its effect and least capable of quickly responding or mitigating the demand of At the same time, a competition of increasing scarce resources such as water and arable land is fueling conflicts and complicating tensions among communities of Africa, especially the northern part. In our case in Nigeria, we have tensions in the central and northern part of Nigeria with the farmers or elder crisis, and these deadly conflicts are over arable land and water. But African countries have a little more to worry about if in the inevitable transition to set zero by 250 and 260. For us, Energy poverty and its implications for extreme poverty are as existential as the climate crisis itself. In 2030, 50% of the population of sub-Saharan Africa, about 560 million people, have no access to electricity. 19 of the 20 state countries with the lowest clean cooking access rates are in Africa. In practical terms, this energy defect produce stagnatory effect. For example, the clean cooking defect led by For instance, the clean cooking defect led to about huge numbers of premature deaths by household air pollution in sub-Saharan Africa annually. Furthermore, gender inequalities are exacerbated, and millions of women and children suffer from crucial health conditions on account of clean cooking defects and use of high pollutants like firewood due to electricity defects. Half of the secondary school and a quarter of the health facilities in sub-Saharan Africa have no power. For many gas-rich but energy-poor countries in Africa, such as Nigeria, we recognize the role of natural gas being as much cleaner fossil. For many gas-rich but energy-poor countries in Africa, such as Nigeria, we recognize the role of natural gas, which being a much cleaner vessel must play as a transmissive vessel. But there has been strong resistance to this. We believe that not just because we are gas rich, but because there is. We believe that not just because they are gas rich, and because they are cleaner than fossil fuel, that it is most transmissible fuel for us. This is because there is no country that has been linked to develop industrially using just renewable energy. Several global nations have placed restrictions on the use of development funds for natural gas infrastructure in Africa, with ripple effects in the private financial sector. While the US and others have created exceptions in their policies, the extended flexibility is not yet clear to see in practice. For equality and justice and poses tier challenge for African nations, while making a an insignificant dent in global emissions. If we triple electricity consumption in Africa, aside South Africa, solely through the use of natural gas, this will add just 0.6% to global emissions. When we look at this, especially in relation to what happened in especially in relation to what happened to poverty using gas as a transmissible transition fuel, and dramatic changes that can happen to life and livelihood in sub-Saharan Africa in particular. We think that it is only fair to argue that European gas and gas projects ought to continue to be funded by the multilaterals, Europe and in US. But Africa can also lead a revolutionary approach to climate change, one that recognizes climate action as a good engine of engineering. James Maggi and other colleagues at the Climate Action of Africa (CAPA) have presented this compelling point of view. They argue that instead of pushing the narrative of Africa as a victim, or Though insisting on business as usual growth, which should take Africa a big failure. They argue that instead of pushing the narrative of Africa as a victim or insisting on business as usual, we should make Africa look like a big emitter, especially as doubling production and possible crippling of income per capita could compare Africa to the top of emitters league tables in the coming decades. Africa should instead lead the way in tackling climate change. Leveraging on its renewable energy potential, young workforce, green technologies, and carbon renewal and green manufacturing. In other words, Africa can provide jobs for millions of young people, prosper and lead to the fight against the climate Africa can provide jobs to millions of young people, prosper the lead in fight against climate change by becoming a green and carbon-free civilization. We have the comparative advantage to do so. China and Africa. Let me say a word about Africa. Africa and the West in mid-December last year. The US hosted the Africa-US Summit, only the second such. The last was in 2014. There is no question that the summit was meant to at least register Americans' interest in being a more active player in Africa in response to the evident dominance of the Chinese. Africa Chinese is Africa's largest bilateral trading partner and about 254 billion in trade dollars in 2021. China is the largest provider of foreign direct investment, supporting hundreds of thousands of African jobs. This is roughly double the level of US foreign direct investment, and China remains by far the largest lender to African countries. Chinese companies have also taken the lead in exploring minerals in Africa. Many now in lithium mining in Mali, Ghana, Nigeria, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Namibia. Most African countries are, in my view, slightly unapologetic about their close ties with China. China shows up where and when the West is reluctant to show up, and many African countries are in the view that the beware of Chinese Trojan loans advice from the West is wise, but probably self-serving. Africa needs the loans and the infrastructure, and China offers them. In any case, the issue of loans from Western institutions is not great. The memory of the destructive conditionalities of the Britain's Wood loan is still fresh, and the debris is everywhere. The preoccupation of the Western government and media with the so-called China debt trap might well be an overreaction. I recommend an eye-opening lecture by Professor Deborah Bratham about 2 weeks ago at Jesus College, Cambridge. The truth, as she points out, is The truth, as she points out, is that leading to all Chinese lending to Africa is only 5% of an outstanding and public publicity guaranteed loan in low and medium income countries, compared to 23% held by the World Bank and other multilaterals. Chinese lenders account for 12% of Africa's private and public external debt, and the Chinese have also been there when the debts cannot be paid. In early 2020, as COVID battled African economies, China came together with other G20 members to launch the Debt Service Suspension Initiative. In the argument about Chinese debt traps, as it is called sometimes, and the large amount of loans of African countries, I think that what is clear is that the Chinese are proving to be quite responsible in giving out of these loans. There are always arguments about whether you can get the best deal all the time, but the real questions of Africa and African development is that who else is offering these loans? Who else is offering the support? Or no, it is not a question of here and there, it's a question that is available and it seems to me to make sense to take available. Insecurity. Then, to the question of insecurity, there are some restiveness in the continent, which is driven by parts of poverty, alienation, environmental degradation, and in many cases poor governance. The more pressing problem today is the encroachment by franchises of global terror groups into Africa. Although many African countries have acted very seriously to tackle this terrorist group, there is still much more that can be done, especially with partnership with the rest of the international community. The Sahel appears to be the worst hit. According to the 2022 Gender Terrorism Index, the Sahel has become more home to the world's fastest growing and more deadliest terrorist group, and the Sub-Saharan Africa accounts for 80% of global terrorism deaths. The Sahel is also said to account for 500,000 internally displaced persons, 1.8 million people facing food insecurity, and 5.5 million people needing humanitarian assistance. Given the scale of the problem and the fact that the threat of the terrorism anywhere on earth is a threat for the whole of humanity, I think it is time for the global community to treat the menace of terrorism in Sahel as a common knowledge. This is one area in which the great powers and emerging powers can put aside rivalries and work together with ECOWAS and the African Union on an initiative to stamp out terrorism in Africa, especially Sahel. We need to look at this quickly as possible, and governments such as ours have made overturns of several of the global powers, and we have spoken privately and publicly about how to work together to deal with terrorism in the Sahel. We believe that if not of If it's not dealt with, it could spread out of the control and give rise to severe problems. And we need to look at this as quickly as possible, and the government, such as ours, have made overturns to several of the global powers, and we have spoken privately and publicly about how to work together to deal with the terrorism in Sahel. We strongly believe that if it is not dealt with, it could spiral out of control and give rise to several problems in many states. And for those who already have institutional weaknesses and law enforcement weaknesses, Africa has been and remain a force of global growth. When I say global, when I say that Africa is being a force for good, I would like to refer to the agreement way back in 1963 when our leader, when African countries barely out of colonial rule had to agree to respect colonizing inherited boundaries. This has been largely observed, and this is a big deal when when we recall that most wars in the world in previous centuries have been linked to the disagreement over boundaries. Following this respect for colonially inherited boundaries, Africans has also shown, in my view, an outstanding good example in using following the respect for colonially inherited boundaries, African has also shown, in my view, outstanding good example of using its regional integration and arrangement to promote peace and security in one hand. After African regional organizations take responsibility for the maintenance of peace and security in the continent and the sub-region. Notable in this regard is the strong resistance of unconstitutional changes of government in the African Union and also in the regional economic grouping. ECOWAS, for instance, has sanctioned countries like Burkina Faso, Guinea, Mali, where soldiers have seized power by coup d'etat. Such sanctions include suspension of membership, travel bans, freezing of financial credit, among others. The African Union has backed the ECOWAS and has also suspended the membership of this country. It would seem that the sanctions have not some have it seems that the sanctions they have some bite to the extent that the affected countries approach the economic leadership of the last AU summit, requesting that to the extent that the affected countries approaches the ECOWAS leadership at the last AU summit, requesting that the sanctions are lifted. I would argue, however, that the measures taken against these countries would have an even greater impact if the rest of the international community had rallied round and reinforced the measure taken by the ECOWAS. I must, of course, acknowledge that the US government issued a statement of specific support for ECOWAS sanctions is sanctions by the African Republic, African regional groups, or the African Unity are as effective as supported by international community, especially international finance. We all know that the interconnectedness of global finance is nearly impossible for a Western state to effectively sanction another Western state. There are West African states that could easily look to the to France for support. So the involvement of the international community is important in ensuring the effectiveness of the sanctions. African continental trade area. Africa has also shown an outstanding good example in the establishment of African continental trade area. While some parts of the world are easy of quitting regional integration agreements, African countries are building on the Pan-African legacy of leaders like Kwame Nkrumah to establish one continental market. The African continental free trade market will overcome the constraint of the African small segment market and impact on commerce within the continent for both goods and services to be profound. This would particularly This would be particularly so if adequate attention is paid in building regional value chains within the continent. Digitalization. For many of us, I think there is a strong conviction that the digitalization offers the best opportunity for leapfrogging for Africa. Despite digitalization, we are being deployed across Africa to serve solutions in agriculture, education, fintech, and safety living. It's also being deployed in logistics and transport, and has potential to be used for all aspects of commerce, business, and involving smart housing solutions. The story of the mobile phone, which has provided the platform for the use of digital technologies in daily lives in Africa, is one such example. Due to mobile telephony, Africa is ahead of other parts of the world in terms of fintech and payment solutions. The continent accounts for about half of the world's mobile money accounts. Similarly, more and more African countries are using AI-enabled surveillance technology for facial recognition to monitor and report crime. Perhaps even better is the use of drones to deliver medicines in Rwanda and some effort that also in Ghana. Such is the impact of just since 2016, despite two recessions and even a global pandemic, sees technology startup in Nigeria achieve the status company valued at over $1 billion. Diaspora. Another great resource that will enable Africans to cope with the rapid change among world is its diaspora. Instead of lamenting the brain drain, which is costly, Africa should organize itself to take advantage of the diaspora. Aside from remittance from the African diaspora, which is substantial, rising from 39 billion in 2016 or 96 billion in 2021, the African diaspora is the central source of strength. They are also in several instances offer themselves for public service. However, I see the diaspora as our vanguard for keeping up with the rest of the world, a secret weapon as it were. As we have seen time and time again, members of the African diaspora keep close tab on development at home, often investing their resources in business or settling families with cutting-edge series in medicine, education, and finance. We saw the instance, the contributions from the Ethiopian diaspora that helped to fund the Ethiopian Resilience Dam. Kenya has also licensed the Diaspora Investment Fund that will enable Kenyans living abroad to invest safely at home. The hospitals where I had an operation last year is Lagos based and especially treated me practice both in Nigeria and UK, which is evident as they can derive benefit from all resources both at home and abroad. It's becoming easier by the day. In my years as Vice President of Nigeria, I have been quite fascinated by the place of endemic rigor of both formation, importantly in execution. In Nigeria, our social investment reform, possibly the largest in sub-Saharan Africa, was the product of excellence policy research that also addressed the problems of how to implement. The result of our course is the award-winning homegrown school feeding program, which we fed 9.5 million children daily and created huge opportunities for sold their produce to the program. Our microcredit program of 2.4 informal traders who were religiously evidence rigorously evidence based. The delivery of mechanism was also researched and the electronic platform developed by a young team deliver called the growth platform, which also won 2 to 3 international awards. There is a lot to be said for serious policy paper, especially those that address was also well researched, and the electronic platform developed by a very young team to deliver it is now called the Growth Platform, which also won 3 to 4 national awards. There is a lot to be said if serious injury paper, especially those that address the how. Similarly, the insight from the study titled Conflict on the Sahel Region and the Developmental Concession undertaken by Professor Yemi Osinbajo and our colleagues helped to inform the thinking and the design of our national livestock transformative plan. It is an innovative, sustainable approach to resolving the deadly conflict around pasture, water between farmers and herders, our national livestock transformation plan was a product of serious research, especially research that speaks on how to get things done. There is a lot that can be said for working together with research institutions and university that is better appreciated by government and government officials determined to make a difference in their country. Let me conclude by saying that Africans can take full advantage of the global complexities we see today, and indeed thrives in the face of uncertainties and destruction. These factors will be acknowledgeable leadership, commitment to good governance. Indeed, it that will undermine our ability to turn the problems and complexities of our continent, our world around for good. I would say one, knowledgeable leadership committed to good governance. Two, knowledgeable leadership committed to good governance. Three, knowledgeable leadership to good governance. Thank you all very much. The speech delivered by His Excellency Professor Yemi Osibanjo, immediate past President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Africa can prosper in an increasingly complex world, touches on several important topics and challenges faced by Africa in the current global landscape. Look at the key points from the speech. African Leadership Center. It commends King's College contribution to training leaders in Africa and acknowledges the African Leadership Center achievement in research and teaching of leadership, peace, security and development issues in Africa. The shifting global landscape. The world is facing complex and complex due to multiple centers of political and economic power beside the United States. Other major powers like China, Russia, the European Union, India, the UK, the Brazil impact global development and multilateral forums. The Russia-Ukraine war, the ongoing conflict has tied a sharp hike of food and fuel prices affecting African countries, and Africa can actually make use of these opportunities and leverage on them to render these services if Africa has been ready ahead of time. Climate crisis. The climate crisis is a central issue affecting Africa despite the continent least emitter of carbon. Africa needs to prioritize clean energy solutions and climate smart resources of food production to mitigate its effects. China and Africa. China is Africa's biggest trading partner and investor. African, like other African countries, view China as an essential partner, particularly due to the support it provides in areas where the West is reluctant to engage. Insecurity. Terrorism is a major concern in Africa, particularly in the Sahel region. The international community needs to work together with African regional organizations to address the threat. African continental free trade areas. The establishment of the AFCFTA is a significant step towards promoting intra-Asia trade and industrialization. Digitalization. Data technologies offer great potential for leapfrogging development in Africa. For example, in fintech, healthcare, logistics, and more. Diaspora. Africans should see its diaspora as a valuable source and leverage on their skill, knowledge, and investment of the context for the context development, policy formation and execution. Academic rigor and evidence-based policy research play a vital role in effective policy formulation and execution. The call to action from Professor Yemi Osibanjo's speech for this modern day be summarized. Prioritize self-sufficiency. African leaders should prioritize self-sufficiency. We should stop importing. We should stop the habit of being consumers. We also can be producers. Address the climate crisis with the first solutions. Given the disappropriate impact of the climate crisis in Africa, the continent must lead in tackling climate change. African nations should leverage their renewable energy potential, green technologies, and carbon removal strategies to transition to a green economy and provide jobs for the growing youth population. Promote intra-African trade and industrialization. The African continental free trade area provides a unique opportunity to boost intra-African trade and foster industrialization. African countries should take advantage of this initiative. To create a more integral and prosperous continent. And then of digitalization. Digital technologies offer immense potential for leapfrogging development in Africa. Governments should invest in digital solutions to improve agriculture, education, healthcare, and overall economic growth. Engage in African diaspora instead of lamenting the brain drain. Africans should see its diaspora as a valuable resource. Government should create an enabling environment for diaspora and collaboration to contribute to continent development. Encourage knowledgeable leadership and good governance. Africa's progress largely depends on the quality of its leadership. Government should prioritize knowledgeable leadership committed to good governance, evidence-based policy making, and effective execution of policies and programs. Strengthen regional cooperation. African regional organizations such as the ECOWAS and the African Union play a vital role in maintaining peace, security, and stability in the continent. International community should support and reinforce the efforts of regional bodies in addressing regional challenges such as terrorism. Support responsible partnership. African countries should engage in mutually beneficial partnerships with various nations, international organizations, while warm welcoming from various countries. Relationships are responsible and promote continent development interests. Address energy poverty. Africa should explore a balanced approach to energy transition, utilizing clean and renewable energy sources as well as responsibly leveraging its natural gas resources to address energy poverty and economic growth. By embracing these calls of action, Africa can navigate the complexities of the modern world and create a sustainable, prosperous, and resilient future for the people. With that, we conclude the revisitation of Professor Yemi Osibanjo's words on African growth. Yeah. Let us revisit Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Time to Roll Up Our Sleeves. Time to Roll Up Our Sleeves by Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Ladies and gentlemen, pleasure that I present to you a compelling speech crafted from the heart of a recent World Trade Organization news extract. This speech, titled DG Okonjo-Iweala, Time to Roll Up Our Sleeves and Deliver at the MC13. This encapsulates. Ladies and gentlemen, let us dive into the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ministers and esteemed delegates, I am honored to address you today and share my thoughts on the upcoming MC13 and crucial role that the G20 plays in shaping the future of global trade. As we gather here under the Indian presidency of the G20, we must reflect on the progress we have achieved since our last ministerial gathering at the MC12. It is true that we achieved remarkable results, securing a groundbreaking package of trade outcomes. However, as we stand in the hubs of the MC13, there are still much work to be done. Our commitment to action remains resolute. The WO members have a vital agenda ahead of the MC13, encompassing pivotal areas that demand our collective attention. Foremost among these, imperative for the World Trade Organization reform, particularly in the context of our dispute settlement system. This reform is a key priority for many members, and our steadfast commitment to enhancing the effectiveness and fairness of this system is paramount. Additionally, we must advance our efforts to ensure the entry into force of the Fisheries Subsidiaries Agreement, taking decisive steps to conclude the second wave of negotiations on fisheries subsidiaries. The discourse on agriculture, though challenging, is equally essential, and it's incumbent upon us to foster progress in these talks. Equally important is the fulfillment of our developmental agenda. Commitment ensures the trust and confidence of developing nations in our organization. In light of these critical priorities, I am pleased to share with senior officers. Meeting is scheduled for October in Geneva. This meeting holds the promises of addressing these, or at the very least advancing them significantly to enable ministerial decisions at the MC13. Our mission is clear. We must be prepared to roll up our sleeves and engage diligently in the discussions that will take place in Abu Dhabi. During the MC13, we will convene deliberative sessions that aim to foster an open and constructive dialogue on matters of immense contemporary importance. This includes the intersection of trade and climate change, the role of subsidiaries, and imperative inclusion. Our goal is to facilitate a deeper understanding of each member's perspective on these 21st century challenges, forging a path forward that benefits us all. I take this moment to applaud the substantial progress achieved by the negotiation among of members on domestic regulations of services and investment facilitation, as well as the advancements made in the discussion surrounding electronic commerce. However, it is evident that we need to adopt new pyramid for global trade, one that extends its belief to more regions and communities, enabling them to participate fully in the global supply network. This approach is re-globalization. This approach to re-globalization rests upon the principles of an open, free, and fair multilateral trading system, empowering those in the fringe of trade to seize emerging opportunities while simultaneously enriching and diversifying our global chains. Our global community may be marked by diversity, but we are united by shared goals of prosperity, relentless inclusion, and sustainability. Achieving these measures becomes a formidable task if we allow open and rules-based global economy to foster. Instead, we must stand together to boost and strengthen it, ensuring that it remains the bedrock of our collective progress. During my time in JPROD, I had the privilege of engaging with many of you, including bilateral discussions with the Indian Commerce Minister and other trade ministers from the G20 members. As we move forward, I am confident that our collaboration will yield fruitful results for the G20 as a group of influential nations that has the potential to change the trajectory of global trade for the better. In conclusion, let us recognize the gravity of the challenge before us and the potential that lies within our grasp. The MC13 presents a pivotal opportunity for us to reaffirm our commitment to a fair, inclusive, and prosperous world through meaningful actions. Let us embrace the responsibility with open hearts and determined minds, fully aware of the work we do today will reverberate in the lives of people around the world. Thank you, and let us embark on this journey together to resolve and dedication. The speech from DG Okojuala to G20, time to roll up your sleeves and deliver at the M13. Several important lessons can be learned. Continued commitment to trade reform. The speech underscores the necessity for ongoing commitment to trade reform efforts. Despite the achievement of the F12, there is recognition that more work needs to be done to advance the global trade and address existing challenges. Another lesson that we can learn from this speech is the importance of WTO reform. The speech highlights the significance of reforming the World Trade Organization itself. Specifically, it emphasized the need for reforming the dispute settlement system. Sustainable fisheries management. The call to secure the entries into force of the fisheries subsidiaries agreement and conclude fisheries subsidiaries negotiation reflect the importance of sustainable fisheries empowerment, agricultural trade and development. The speech emphasizes on advancing talks on agriculture, indicates the importance of addressing agricultural trade imbalances and ensuring fair treatment. inclusive trade dialogue. From this speech, it is mentioned of the deliberate sessions to facilitate dialogue on trade and climate change. Global supply chain diversification. The Director General called for a new approach to global trade that brings more places and people into the mainstream of supply network, reflects the importance of diversifying global supply chains. This lesson emphasizes that inclusive trade practices can enhance economic resilience and opportunities for marginalized regions. Multilateral cooperation. The speech underscores the significance of multilateral cooperation in achieving common goals, such as prosperity, relentless inclusion, and sustainability. This lesson outlined that a united approach to global trade can yield collective benefits and address shared benefits and challenges, reinforcing the open, rulers-based global economy. The speech warning against letting the open rules-based global economy erode emphasizes the need to strengthen international trade mechanisms. This lesson stresses that protecting and reinforcing a rule-based trading is essential. Bilateral engagement and diplomacy. The mention of bilateral meetings with trade officials from G20 members signifies the importance of diplomatic engagement. This lesson underscores that effective diplomacy and collaborations among nations are key drivers for successful trade negotiation, leadership, and inclusivity. The speech delivered by Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the Director General of the WTO, underscores the significance of visionary leadership and inclusiveness. Now let us look at the critical call to actions that can be driven from this speech. Engage in multilateral trade reform. In today's complex global trade landscape, countries must heed the call to actively engage in multilateral trade reform efforts. By working together to enhance the functioning of organizations like the WTO, nations can collectively address contemporary trade challenges. In today's complex global trade landscape, countries should heed to the call to actively engage in multilateral trade reforms efforts by working together to enhance the functioning of organizations like the WTO. Nations can collectively address contemporary trade challenges and create a fair and transparent trading environment. Support sustainable practices. The call to ensure fisheries subsidiaries agreement and advanced negotiation of fisheries subsidiaries underscores the urgency of promoting sustainable practices, particularly in areas like fisheries. In the modern context, nations should prioritize agreements that protect natural resources and contribute to environmental conservation. Address agricultural trade imbalance. As discussion on agriculture continue to evolve, it remains important for nations to address trade imbalances in this sector. Developing countries' agricultural products should be given equitable treatment, fostering balanced global agricultural trade. Promoting inclusive dialogue. The emphasis on deliberate sessions for trade discussion reflects the need for inclusive dialogue that consider a wide range of perspectives. In today's intercontinental world, nations should actively seek opportunities for them and open transparent dialogue on trade-related issues. Diversify global supply chains. With increasing emphasis on global supply chains disruptions, the Director General calls for diversification is more relevant than ever. Countries should prioritize efforts to diversify supply chains, ensuring relentless against future disruptions while promoting economic growth across regions. Strengthen rule-based trade system. In the face of emerging challenges, nations should work collectively to reinforce and uphold the principles of fair trade. Embrace leadership and collaboration. The speech underscores the role of leadership in driving positive change. In today's rapidly changing world, leaders should step up to champion inclusive and sustainable trade practices, fostering collaboration among nations and inspiring meaningful actions. Prioritize diplomatic engagement. Bilateral and multilateral engagement remain crucial in advancing trade agendas. Countries should actively engage in diplomatic discussions to forge agreements, resolve disputes, and collectively navigate complexities of modern trade. Foster prosperity, relentless, and inclusion. The overarching goals of prosperity, relentless, inclusion, and sustainability remain timeless. Nations should continually work together to achieve those goals, recognizing that shared success benefits not only individual countries but the global community as a whole. Upload trust in international organizations. The emphasis on delivery on the developmental agenda to maintain the belief and trust of developing countries underscores the importance of upholding trust in international organizations like the WTO. Nations should prioritize efforts that demonstrate the effectiveness of inclusivity in these organizations. By embracing this call to action, international community can navigate the complexity of the modern trade landscape, address global challenges, and collectively work towards a more equitable and sustainable and prosperous future for all. With that, we end Nelson Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's message on trade. Lessons of leadership and unity by Ernest Sonekon. Lessons of leadership and unity by Ernest Sonekon. Now, the unprecedented turns of history often shape the narratives of nations and leadership. The resignation speech of Ernest Sonekon, delivered on May 17, 1993, stand as a testament to the complexities and challenges faced by leaders during times of uncertainty. As the head of the Nigerian Interim National Government, Shonekan's tenure was marked by a unique set of circumstances emerging amidst political turmoil and social unrest. His resignation speech, delivered by the weight of political pressures and national unease, offers a glimpse into the trial faced by leaders who must navigate treacherous water. Let us dive into this pivotal moment in Nigerian history as we explore the war that marked the end of Shonekan's belief but impactful time in office. Fellow colleagues, the interim national government, I have summoned you this evening on an unusual occasion. Earlier today, I met with the Secretary of the Defense in company with the Chief of Defense Staff and the Chief of Army Staff, and we discussed the state of the nation. They expressed serious concern about the general uneasiness in the country and the apparent lack of stability over the past 3 months. They spoke about the relativeness of the rank and files in the military. You will recall that today is our 82nd day in office, having been sworn in on August 26, 1993. Needless to say, we have all worked together to the best of our ability as a coherent team, and I must put it on record that I have enjoyed the days we worked together in the interim national government. It is common knowledge that the ING is a child of circumstance. It was conceived in the crisis and born in crisis. If I may recount some of the achievements of the interim national government, which you have been witnesses, we may not have recorded landmarks, but we have taken the first step in the social sector. We have brought back normalcy to the institution of higher learning. In human rights, our records are impeccable and perhaps unbeatable in the annals of our country. We freed all jailed human rights activists. We pardoned all political offenders, both dead and alive, allowed all politicians on exile to return home, and we have not restricted the free movement of any activists in and out of the country. We have also took appropriate steps to proscribe the newspaper and proscribe by sending the bills to the National Assembly to be repealed. In our political arena, we have continued to work ceaselessly towards full democratization of our dear country. We have extended our right hand to fellowship to our dear country. We have extended our right hand of fellowship to the legislature and put in place machinery for local and presidential elections next year. In the economic scene, we were able to put in place economic action agenda for the nation in conjunction with the private sector operators. Let me assure you that our seemingly poor policies have received commendation from far and beyond. Ordinarily, I would have wished that the interim national government would be standing only with economic problems. This derives from my belief that our country faces more economic challenges than anything else. Although we have not been able to implement some of our policies, nonetheless, we have started out in the right direction for curbing frivolous expenditure and working closely with the private sector of the economy. I can only hope that the successor administration will take from where we are living and continue courageously with the budgetary and other reforms we have adopted as well as our campaign for debt relief. Distinguished colleagues, most importantly, the international government has tried very hard to bring honor to government and has taken steps to campaign against the incidents of corruption and discipline in the society. Several times I have publicly acknowledged the collective transparency and integrity of this cabinet. Let me say loud and clear that that we have all made sacrifices in the past 82 days in the strong belief that our country deserves the best. I have an unshaken faith in the promise of Nigeria, and I believe that the best is yet to come. However, I regret to inform you that in the light of recent events, and after due consideration of the fact that I am left with no alternative but to take the most honorable and dignified step of resigning with immediate effect. My appointment as head of state and commander-in-chief of armed forces of Nigeria. Once again, I thank you very much and hope that the fellowship we have shared in the past period will continue to be the basis of good memory for long. May God bless and long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And Shonekan's resignation speech in the face of Sani Abacha coup holds several important lessons for leaders, nations, and the dynamics of power transition. Condemning Abacha's action, we can draw the following lessons from Shonekan's speech. Number one, fragility of transitional government. Shonekan's speech highlights the vulnerability of an interim or a transitional government. This administration often arises in times of crisis and can be short-lived due to their lack of solid power base. Leaders in such position must navigate with caution and consider precarious of their authority. Leadership in crisis. Shonekan's effort to bring stability and honor to his government demonstrated the challenges leaders face when trying to lead during times of crisis. His endeavors underscore the importance of maintaining stability, transparency, and addressing public concern, even in challenging circumstances. Importance of national unity. Shonekan's acknowledgement of the relentless in the military and general uneasiness in the country underscores the need for national unity and cohesion. Leaders must be attentive to divisions and discontent within their societies, striving to bridge gaps and build consensus. Democratic transition. The international government efforts towards democratization reflect the importance of political evolution and the transition towards representative governance. The speech reminds us that leaders should remain committed to democratic ideals and seek to establish institutions that uphold human rights, political participation, and accountability. Economic stewardship. Shonekan emphasized on economic challenges and policies serve as a reminder that leaders must balance economic stability and with political and social consideration. Economic policies that prioritize fiscal discipline, collaboration with the fiscal sector, and sustainable growth can help stabilize a nation during transition. Ethical leadership. Shonekan's reference to fighting corruption and promoting integrity underscores the importance of ethical leadership. Leaders must prioritize transparency, accountability, and responsible governance to gain public trust and maintain stability. Relentless in adversity. Shonekan's relentlessness and willingness to make sacrifices for the nation's betterment demonstrates the characteristics of a leader who places the country's need above personal ones. Leaders must be prepared to weather challenges and make difficult decisions for the greater good of the people. Peaceful transition. Despite the circumstances, Shonekan's decision to resign early with immediate effect highlight the value of peaceful transition of power. Leaders must prioritize their dignity and stability to avoid unpeaceful takeover of power. Legitimacy and memory. Seneca's hope that the fellowship and shared experience of his government will be a source of positive memory underscores the importance of a leader's legacy. Leaders should try to leave a positive impact in the nation's history and in people's life. In 82 days, he was able to highlight what he has done and achieved while he was in government. Reflection of leadership change. Shonekan's resignation speech prompts us to reflect on the significant leadership changes and the implications of the political transition. This encourages us to assess the motive and consequently of some changes for the nation's progress. In drawing a call to action from Shonekan's resignation speech to the present day, we can reflect on lessons learned and apply them to contemporary challenges. Here is a call to action by Shonekan's speech. Uphold democracy and government. Next, reaffirms our commitment to the democratic process and good governance. Bridge divides and foster unity. Just like Shonekan, we must acknowledge the relativeness within the military and the nation. We should actively seek to we must actually seek to bridge divide and promote national unity. Let us engage in constructive dialogue that transcends ethical, religious, and political differences, fostering an inclusive society where all voices are heard and valued. Prioritize ethical leadership. Shonekan emphasized on fighting corruption and promoting integrity serves as a reminder that ethical leadership is paramount. As citizens demand accountability from leaders, and as leaders demonstrate transparency and uphold ethical standards to build trust and credibility. Champion economic stability and inclusion. Shonekan economic policies and collaboration with the private sector offer insights for the day's economic challenge. Let's advocate for policies that prioritize economic stability, job creation, and inclusion, leveraging partnership with the private sector to drive sustainable growth. Embrace peaceful transition. Reflect on Shonekan's dignified resignation and its contribution to national stability. Secure a positive legacy. Shonekan owns unprocessed memory of his time in office and underscores the significance of leaders, even behind a lasting positive legacy. As leaders, prioritize policies and actions that contribute to the nation's advancement and the well-being of the people. Learn from history. Reflect on the complexities of leadership transition as demonstrated by Shonekan's present. Study history to understand the consequences of different leadership choices and apply those insights to inform present decisions for the betterment of our nation. Enjoy inspirations from Shonekan's challenges. We can collectively work together towards a stronger, prosperous, harmonious society. Let us remember that our actions today lay the foundation we aspire to build that respective leadership and engaged citizenship are key to achieving our shared differences. And so with that, we've come to the end of Shonekun's resignation address. Embracing our shared humanity. Chinu Chimamanda Adichie. Chimamanda Adichie. Embracing our shared humanity. Let me introduce a speech that resonates deeply with the essence of humanity and comparison. In 2016, the writer Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie delivered a poignant and thought-provoking address on World Humanitarian Day. And words filled with personal experiences and powerful insight implore us to embrace our shared humanity and approach the plight of fleeing individuals with openness and empathy. Adichie's speech challenges us to see beyond simplistic labels and recognize the complexity and dignity of every individual. As we embark on this speech marathon, as we continue on this speech marathon, I enjoy you to join me in exploring the profound message contained within Adichie's words, and to reflect on the importance of creating a more inclusive and compassionate world. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm very honored to be here. In 1967, almost 50 years ago, my parents lived in Nsukka, a university town in the eastern Nigeria. They had two small children with house, a car, friends, and stable life. Then the Nigeria-Biafra war started. Only days later, my parents heard the sound of shelling and gunfire, so frightening, so close that they had very little time to pack anything before they ran. We left almost all their belongings behind. They ended up in another town, a town already crowded. They could not find a place to stay. Even the refugee camp were full. My father was desperate. He was worried about being in the open because of the possibility of airfields. He knew a man who was from the town, a man named Emmanuel Isik. Emmanuel lived in a crumbled house that was full of people, members of his extended family, people whose homes the war had also smashed. My father also knew that it would be difficult for Emmanuel to accommodate them. Very difficult to stretch what was already badly stretched. Still, my father knocked on Emmanuel's door. Emmanuel looked at my parents, holding on their two small daughters. Their faces shadowed in despair. And he said, "We will make room for you." I take often of that moment because I wonder if my parents would have survived the war had they not benefited from the act of kindness. For 3 years, my parents were refugees and they owed a lot, not only to Emmanuel, but also to many humanitarian workers Those women and men, magnificent in their bravery and their vulnerability and their commitment. But my parents were not just refugees. Nobody was ever just a refugee. Nobody is ever just a thing. And yet, in the public discourse today, we often speak of people as single thing. Refugee, immigrant. We dehumanize people when we reduce them to a single thing. And this dehumanization is insidious and conscientious. It happened some years ago. I was visiting Mexico from US, and at that time, just as it is now, the political climate in the US was tense. There were debates going about immigration, and immigration was often synonymous with Mexicans. And Mexicans were all portrayed through a singular lens of negativity. These were stories about Mexicans being arrested at the border, stealing, fleeing the healthcare system, bringing disease. I remember walking around on my first day in Guadalajara, a beautiful city, watching people who were going to work and school. People who are laughing, people who were buying and selling in the market. At first, I felt surprised, and then I was overwhelmed with shame. I realized that I had been so immersed in the American media narrow coverage of the Mexicans that I had forgotten their humanity. And I could not have been more ashamed of myself. In my language Igbo, the word of love in Igbo, the word for love is ifunaya, and its literal translation is to see. So I would like to suggest today that this time is a time for new narrative. A narrative in which we truly see those ahead whom we speak. Let us tell different stories. Let us tell the stories differently. Let us remember the movement of human beings on earth is not new. Human history is a story of movement and mangling. Let us remember that we are not just bones and flesh. We are emotional beings, and we share a desire. We all share a desire to be valued, a desire to matter. Let us remember that dignity is as important as food. When we speak of people who are in need, let us speak not only of their need, but also what they love, what they resent, their wounds, their pride, what they aspire to, what makes them laugh. Because if we do, then we are reminded of how similar we are in the midst of our differences. And we are better able to imagine ourselves in the same situation as those in need. We cannot measure our humanity, but we can act on it. Our humanity is that glowing center in all of us. It's what makes us speak up about injustice. Even when that injustice does not personally affect us, it's what makes us aware that we are better off if our fellow human beings are better off. It is what made Emmanuel, in his humble home, full of relatives, still opened his door to my parents and said, "We will make room for you." not making this simplistic suggestion that all borders must be completely open because it is impractical. This might be enough. There might be enough room for there might not be enough room for everyone, but there is certainly room to do more. There is room to honor more commitment, room to bridge the divide between what has been promised and what has been accomplished. Emmanuel could have said no to my parents, and he would have understandable reasons for saying no. But he chose to say yes, and the reason for saying yes was humanity. We can create room for people, and today in this world that we are so scared by so much suffering, creating room for people is not only doable, it is a moral imperative. It is the moral imperative of our time. And I would like to end with some words from the poet Samson Coleridge. Work without hope draws nectar in its sleeve, and hope without an object cannot live. Thank you. From Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie's speech, there are several important lessons we can learn and apply to our lives. Number one is that we should learn to reject dehumanization. Chimamanda emphasized the dangers of reducing people to a single characteristic status. We must learn to challenge narrow narratives. Adichie urges us to question and challenge narratives we are exposed to. We must learn to recognize our shared humanity. Chimamanda reminds us that despite our differences, we all share a desire to be valued and to matter. We should remember that dignity is as important as basic needs like food and shelter. By recognizing our shared humanity, we can bridge divides and foster an inclusive, compassionate world. Act on our humanity. Adichie encourages us to act on our inherent humanity, to speak against injustice, even when they don't directly affect us, to be aware that we are better off when our fellow human beings are better off. This call to action reminds us of our collective responsibility to create space for others and to extend compassion and support to those in need. We should learn to create room for people while acknowledging the practical challenges of open borders. Chimamanda highlights the moral imperative to do more and to honor the commitment to provide refuge and support to those who are in dire need. In the context of the modern world, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie's speech offers a compelling call to action. Some of them include embrace empathy and understanding. We must learn to embrace empathy and understanding. Let us make a cautious effort to see beyond simplistic labels and stereotypes, valuing the diverse experiences and identities of individuals by directly listening and seeking to individuals. Other perspectives can foster empathy and build bridges of understanding in our commitment. We must challenge narratives and biases. In today's age of information, it is crucial To critically evaluate the narrative we encounter, let us question the biases and stereotypes presented by the media, social media, either sources of information. We must advocate for inclusiveness and dignity. We've always stated that we must take action on behalf of others. Chimamanda reminds us of our collective responsibility to act in our inherent community. We must foster global solidarity. In a world characterized by interconnectedness, we must strive to build bridges across borders and cultures. By celebrating diversity, embracing multiculturalism, and fostering understanding between different communities, we can promote global solidarity and work together towards common goals such as sustainable development, peace, and social justice. With that, we end Chimamanda's revisitation. The role of Nigerian music in promoting African identity and unity by Tubaba, formerly Two-Face Idibia. The role of Nigerian music in promoting African identity and, and unity by and before you, as an individual who as a on the journey to dive into the depth of inspiration and reflection, drawing upon unique styles of that and words that defines me. The speech I'm about to deliver or revisit is a creation from within Tubaba, a manifestation of thought, sentiment that have been nurtured and brought to life through his own essence. As I read this self-generated speech by Tubaba on the topic roles of Nigerian music in promoting African identity and unity, I invite you to join me exploring the profound impact of his music in shaping our African identity. The speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to start by saying thank you for being here today. Your unwavering support towards my journey in the world of music and for showing me the privilege to address you on the topic of dear to my heart, the role of Nigerian music in fostering African identity. I stand before you today as Tubaba, but many of you may remember me as Two-Face Idibia. Over the years, I have fought fortunate enough to create music that has resonated with people not just in Nigeria but also across the continent and around the world. And as I reflect on my journey, I can't help but think of my first single hit, African Queen. The legendary African Queen is a source of blessing and a curse. This word could not be more accurate. It African Queen was a blessing in many ways. It brought me to the limelight, won me national and international awards, and earned me the title King of R&B in Nigeria. It became a template for delivering consequential Afrobeat music. However, for me, the success of African Queen also felt like a cause in some aspects. It set the incredible It set an incredibly high standard, one that my other works have struggled to match. It's as if this song was cast it's as if this song has cast a long shadow over my career, always serving as a yardstick against which my other creations were measured. But you see, the duality of Symbol is the border narrative of the Nigerian music role in promoting African identity and unity. Our music, like African Queen, has the power to both bless and challenge us. Nigerian music, with its diverse sound, rhymes, and languages, is a mirror of our rich multifacial continent. It embodies the beauty of our cultural diversity, and at the same time, it showcases our unity as African bound by a shared love of music. Whatever its whatever its compensating seat of Afrobeat, the rhymes flow of highlife, the poetic storytelling of Juju music, or the energetic vibes of Niger hip hop, our music tells our story, the African story. It unites us beyond borders. It unites us across borders, transcending language barriers. Transcending language barriers and political division. It reminds us that our core we are one people with a shared heritage and a collective destiny. It is a unified force that breaks down stereotypes and fosters understanding among Africans and between Africans and the world. Moreover, like a blessing, it comes with a challenge. Just as African Queen has sometimes overshadowed my other work, dominance of certain Nigerian music genres in the Africa and global stage can sometimes obscure the incredible diversity of African music as a whole. You must remember that Africa is not a mono and our music reflects that. To harness the true potential of Nigerian music in promoting deeply in promoting African identity and unity. We must celebrate our diversity and seek out and embrace the economic condition of our beloved nation. Let us let's collaborate across borders, learn from one another, and amplify the voice of artists from all corners of the continent. In conclusion, I want to say that while African Queen has been a challenge to me, it marks the broader journey of African music. The music blesses my family with unity, pride, shared identity, but also challenges us to recognize and appreciate our music. Our music blesses us with unity, pride, and shared identity. Shared identity, but also challenges us to appreciate the depth and breadth of musical talent that Africa has to offer. Let us continue to use the universal language of music to promote African identity and unity. Let's embrace the words Thank you, and let the music of Africa continue to shine bright and unite us all. One love, Africa. Lessons that we can learn from this speech is the power of music. The speech emphasizes the profound influence that music, especially Nigerian music, can have in shaping cultural identity and fostering unity. Duality of blessing and challenge. The speech emphasizes the speaker personal experience. Subaba, with his hit song African Queen, illustrates that blessings and challenge often coexist. In our endeavors, successes and set high standards, but it is essential to embrace both the blessings and the challenges they come with. Cultural diversity. Nigerian music is celebrated for its diversity in sound, rhymes, and languages. Diversity reflects the broader richness of the African culture. The lessons here is to appreciate and embrace the cultural diversity in Africa and beyond. Unity among diversity. Nigerian music serves as a unifying force, transcending language barrier and political division. Collaboration cross-border. The importance of collaborating cross-border and any fellow African nation is emphasized. Such collaboration can help showcase the breadth and talent of musical traditions across the continent. Celebrating African identity. The speech underscores the significance of celebrating and promoting the African identity through music. It encourages Africans to take pride in their cultural heritage and to use music as a means of expressing their shared identity. Overcoming challenges. The speaker experience with the overshadowing of other works by a single hit song teaches us about the challenges of maintaining success in the midst of music industry. It is a reminder of the importance of adaptability and perseverance. Embracing diversity in African music. The speech encourages artists and enthusiasts to explore and appreciate the diverse musical tradition within Africa. It calls for a broader perspective on African music beyond the dominant genre. One Love Africa. The speech concludes with its message of unity and love for Africa. It reinforces the idea that African collective rhymes and shared cultural identity are what makes the continent extraordinary. In today's modern world, inspired by the lessons of these speeches, we can take meaningful actions. 1. Promote cultural exchange. We should support African artists. Support African artists from various countries and regions and not just the mainstream. Explore and appreciate the full expression, the full spectrum of African music and artists. We should foster cultural festivals, participate in and support cultural festivals that showcase the diversity of African music, dance, art, and cuisine. This event brings people together and celebrates African rich cultural tapestry. Empower emerging artists. Support and mentor emerging African artists, provide them with resources, opportunities, and platforms to share their stories. Advocate for cultural preservation. From this speech, we are to or expected to advocate for preservation of African cultural heritage, and we should advocate for inclusivity. We should celebrate Africans' identity. Finally, celebrate and take thought in your positive aspects of African culture and identify an identity in our daily lives. Incorporating these actions into our modern lives, we can contribute to the continued passion of African identity and unity, ensuring that these lessons learned from the speech have a lasting impact in our work. So now we are revisiting Angelina Jolie, Equality for Women. Angelina Jolie, Equality for Women. I have the distant honor of sharing with you the powerful words delivered by Angelina Jolie, an acclaimed actress, filmmaker, and humanitarian, in a keynote address at the General Assembly Ministerial Meeting in the United Nations Peacekeeping. In her address, Angelina Jolie eloquently advocates the inclusion of women perspective in peace negotiations, emphasizing the critical role that women play in building peace and defending human rights. With her characteristic grace and unwavering commitment to justice, she reminds us that the pursuit of peace is a collective endeavor, one that transcends border and unites us all as partners in this shared human experience. So without much ado, let us dive and revisit into the inspiring words of Angelina Jolie, words spoken on behalf of a more just and peaceful world. Equality for women. This speech is gotten from the English speeches archive. Hello, Under Secretary General, Foreign and Defense Ministers, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This is the third UN Defense Peacemaking Ministerial I have attended. It was the first one on my home soil. I'm very proud to speak here. I'm American, patriot, and I love my country, and I want to say it thrive. I also believe strongly in an American that is part of the international community. Countries working together in an equal footing is how we reduce the risk of conflict. It is how we avoid the need to send men and women of our militaries to fight and sacrifice overseas. The UN has set up for the purpose as a way of resolving differences peacefully, supporting each other for that purpose, as a way of resolving difference peacefully, supporting each other's prosperity, and extending universal health and freedom. It is in our interest for the UN to have made effective, brought closer to the lives of citizens without being misused. At a deeper level, a country that believes that men and women are born free and equal cannot be true to itself if it doesn't defend those principles for all people. However we live, regardless of their circumstances and no matter how desperate their struggle, in fact, our support should be strongest while rights are strengthened the most. We seem incapable of upholding minimum standards of humanity in many parts of the world. This come at a time when mankind is richer, more technologically advanced than even before. It is all more painful. 18 years ago, when I first began working with the United Nations Refugee Agency, there were just under 20 million displaced people worldwide, and the numbers were falling. Today, there are over 65 million people displaced, and the numbers are rising. The more countries are experiencing more forms of violent conflict today than in the last 30 years. UN peacekeeping now comprises of the second largest group of forces deployed overseas. It's often required to serve what there is little or no peace to be kept. Under this backdrop, it is easy to dismiss our institution as flawed or ineffective. My hope stand is that young people in particular will feel inspired to join the effort to improve them. To join the men and women in the arena to, to paraphrase President Roosevelt, we are striving to do deeds and whose faces we are marred by dust and sweat and blood. In that regard, I want to express my respect for men and women who serve as peacekeepers and for those who have been killed or injured. The protection of civilians is the primary responsibility of government. When UN peacekeepers are destroyed, it is usually where a government is unable or unwilling to protect civilians' lives. These United Nations missions are often the last and only hope for millions of people facing daily threats in their safety and their basic rights. The need for peacekeeping troops to have the most possible training and equipment and the highest standard of personal conduct becomes obvious when measured against the weight responsibility. This is why this meeting is so important. That is why this meeting is so important, because it is in the hands of the government to represent the enable peacekeeping to live up to the ideas and the needs of our time. As we discuss how to strengthen UN peacekeepers and give peacekeepers the capabilities they need to operate in today's dangerous environment, I ask you to take time to consider these questions from the perspective of women. Across the world, there are countless numbers of women rising, leading from their destiny into their own hands, inspiring us all. But women and girls are still the majority of victims of war. They are over half of all refugees, and the vast majority of the victims of rape and other sexual and gender-based violence. Women are at the absolute epicenter of modern conflict in worst possible sense, as they often the need for peacekeeping troops to have best possible training and equipment, and the highest standard of personal conduct become obvious when measured against that worthy responsibility. That is why this meeting is so important, because it is in the hands of the government that you represent to enable peacekeeping to live up to its needs and the needs of our time. Around the world, there are countless examples of women rising, leading, taking their destinies into their own hands and inspiring us all. So as we discuss how to strengthen the UN peacekeepers and give peacekeepers the capacities they need to operate in today's dangerous environment, I ask that you take time to consider the questions from the perspective of women. Women are the absolute epicenter of modern conflict in the worst positive sense. But more often than not, they are still in the outside looking in when it comes to politics and decisions about their future. If you want by the principle of those affected by a problem should be in charge of determining the solution, then majority of world peace negotiations, foreign ministers and diplomats should be women. We all know the reality. In Afghanistan, of women have recently come together in public, risking their lives to ask for their rights and rights of their children to guaranteed in peace negotiations. That so far they have been allowed no part of it. Their stand is inspiring, but it should not be necessary that the international community's silent response is alarming. And to say the least, there can be no peace and stability in Afghanistan. Worse still, we see impunity for crimes and committed against women and girls. During the conflict, when women human rights of defenders are attacked or killed or imprisoned, too often, whether or not we are confronted with this human rights violation, depends not on how much our government potential interest in the community might be affected. This is this as an harmful this is as harmful in our long-term security stability as it is unacceptable in human and moral levels. None of this is to discount the efforts of many men, great husbands, fathers, and sons who are being with us in this fight. It is simply the reality of unconquered power relations, abuse of power, gender bias, violence, and lack of justice that keep so many women in subordinate, therefore vulnerable people internationally. As long as we continue to put almost every other issue ahead of women's rights and participation, we will then stop a cycle of violence and conflict. We have learned nothing, and our institutions will count for less than women should. From my experience, a young number of men and women in uniform understand this. When we are at our best, doing what we are forced to do, we share the exact same goals, the same mandate, the stable world to fight, to defend our freedoms and rights and the freedoms and rights of others. I recently met a male peacekeeper who had just returned from deployment as a gender advisor in the Central African Republic. He told me that when he had started his career serving in Afghanistan, he considered human rights to be a soft issue. and not what war was fought for. When his experience had made him understand that it's exactly what should be fought for and exactly what stabilizes. His ability to contribute to this goal becomes a source of pride to him. He had made he had made that jump in brain, his thinking, and while he had been doing great service to his country already, he had now added that understanding and that sense of partnership with the women he served. There is progress. There is progress. The number of cases, the number of assaulted sexual exploitation and abuse are down. Although even in single cases it's unacceptable, the number of women peacekeepers is on the rise. African nations in a particular leading the way on this. There are more gender advisors there are more gender advisors in on United Nations missions, though still not enough, and improve the training on the protection of civilized civilians stated come into effect. But there is still a long way to demonstrate that anyone who committed violations will not be tolerated, investigated and prosecuted without exemption. There is still much done to do increase. There is still much more to do to increase the number of women in rank of peacekeeping missions. Having met some formidable female peacekeepers this morning, I think this state cannot come soon enough for the effectiveness and impact of missions. And of course, we cannot call for some women to serve without making it safe and desirable for them to do so, including ensuring that they themselves are not vulnerable to sexual harassment or abuse. New actions by your government in all these areas can make a huge difference, but I must be accompanied by commitment to ensure women representation in this negotiation. Be consistent in the abuse. Be consistent in the abuse. New actions by your government in all areas can make a huge difference, but they, I believe, must be accompanied by commitment to ensure women representation in peace negotiations. To be consistent in defense of human rights in all places and to address deep-seated societal reasons of inequality and violence against women. And above all, we need to understand that women themselves are protectors as mothers, as peacekeepers, as human rights defenders. Women are already contributing to peace in theaters of war across the world without recognition or glory. Because it comes naturally to them, it is important to them. Think how much more we would achieve if with women equal participation in every aspect of society, not at the expense of men but alongside men, because we are all partners in this life. We humans are capable of horror and unspeakable purity, but we are also capable of building civilization, improving laws, demanding justice. We are willing to fight for people we have never met for and for their families before. We fail. We lose our way often when they are made to feel afraid. But in our moments of strength and clarity, we know that all people are in fact equal. We know that While this can and should be proud of who are individually, we are a part of a global world. And we know that we are supposed to come together in defense of something greater than ourselves. Thank you very much. Angelina Jo's impassioned speech on the importance of women's participation in peace negotiation imparts valuable lessons. The essential roles of women. Jo underscores the indispensable role of women in peacekeeping efforts. She highlights that women are often disproportionately affected by conflict and therefore must have an active role in shaping the solution. Universal principle. Jo emphasized that principles of freedom and equality are universal and should apply to all people regardless of their circumstances. Gender. This lesson reminds us to defy these principles globally wherever they are threatened. Shared responsibility. The speech underscores that achieving peace is a shared responsibility. Nations working together as equal is crucial for conflict prevention and resolution. Empathy and humanitarianism. Jo calls for empathy and humanitarianism in our actions, urging us to stand up for those who are vulnerable and marginalized. Courage to evolve. The speech here is a powerful story of a male peacekeeper who initially considered women's rights tough issue. Its transformative shows that people can evolve, embrace change, and become advocates of gender equality. Accountability. James points out the need for accountability in cases of sexual exploitation and abuse in conflict zones. This highlights the importance of holding individuals and institutions responsible for their actions. Increase female participation. This speech advocates for an increase in the number of women participating in peacekeeping missions. This emphasizes the value of diverse prospects and experience in building safe environment. Ensuring the safety of women in peacekeeping mission is crucial. Jo's calls for measures to protect female peacekeepers from harassment and abuse. Women are protectors. The speech recognizes women as natural protectors, whether as mothers or as peacekeepers or human rights defenders. It emphasizes the innate desire for women to contribute to peace and security. Collective effort. Lastly, Jo reminds us that we as individuals are capable of being cool and great compassion. The pursuit for peace, collective effort that transcends human interests and necessities are coming together for the greater good. Angelina Jo's speech on women participation in peacekeeping offers several calls to action. Number one, we should promote gender equality. This cannot be overemphasized as we have frequently addressed this and discussed it as we in various discussions of speeches that are being read to us today. Promotion of gender equality. This is one of the societal issues that is very prominent. Advocate for gender equality in all aspects and society. And it is very prominent because there is this common stereotype that is somewhat embedded in us that makes even the women see themselves as not equal. So when we say promote gender equality, it is not only for the men, but also for the women as well. They should see themselves as having access to equal opportunities, equal participation in politics, in governance, and in peacemaking. Support female peacekeepers, combat sexual exploitation and abuse, amplify women's voices, empower women globally, stand up against inequality, engage the youth, hold government accountable, support civil society, embrace our humanity. By taking these actions, we can work towards a more inclusive and peaceful, just world where women voices are heard and being respected. Thank you very much. With that, we end the speech of Angelina Jolie on gender equality. Moving quickly to let us revisit once again Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Pathway to Economic Progress. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Pathway to Economic Progress. In her address in Kabul International Conference in July 2010, Ms. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the then managing director of the World Bank at that time, eloquently acknowledges the progress and challenges faced by Afghanistan with a focus on development, governance, poverty reduction, and partnership. Her speech shed light on the nation's accomplishments and steps required to secure a sustainable and prosperous economic future. As she commends Afghanistan's efforts and outlines the critical areas that demand attention, her words resonate with the urgency of collaboration, transparency, effective implementation. In her opening paragraph, she dived into the essence. In this opening paragraph, we dive into the essence of Ms. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's speech, which encapsulates a blend of optimism, realism, and a drive for tangible results in Afghanistan's journey towards development and sustainability. The speech is sourced from World Bank. Ladies, Excellencies and gentlemen and distinguished delegates, let me begin by acknowledging the accomplishments that have been made. There is a great deal that is going right in Afghanistan. It has been said that the fact that we are having this conference in Kabul is evidence to this. I agree. It is a symbolic Afghanistan desire to control its own future. Afghanistan has invited the world to see what they have achieved. The closer process, which is the basis of this conference, is an expressive exercise in the development planning and implementation. We should support it. All of us who have been in government realize how difficult it is to make trade-offs and set priorities when the need of a country are so great. The World Bank is happy to have been a partner with the government and have managed for our own account and for the Afghanistan Restructure Trust Fund some $5 billion in assistance to Afghanistan since 2002. The government has improved its revenue generation and the essentials of the public finance management system are now in place. Last year, under the public leadership of Minister Zaku, the Ministry of Finance, government generated revenue reached 8.9% of GDP, surpassing the target of 7.4% and representing an increase of 20% in the previous year. This gives hope over the long term. Afghanistan can increasingly finance itself and reduce donor independence. Afghanistan's rich mineral resources offer a tremendous source of growth, employment, and revenue for the current and future generations. Its potential, however, will only be realized if development is done in a transparent, equitable way, and with a commitment to trans- social and environmental safeguards that protect and benefit the communities where resources are located. Improved regional transport links and trade will likewise be necessary to get Afghanistan's minerals and other goods to global markets. Laws and systems are necessary to protect the birthright of the Afghan people from being wasted or captured by special interests. Congratulate the minister, Charini, on the steps that they have taken. Just 2 days ago, the government published its mining contract with local newspaper and on the internet so that people can see exactly what is being done with the government resources. Successful national programs are delivering. The nationwide basic health program is active in every family. Training of the female community health care workers is saving millions, the lives of women and children and Democrats. In education, school enrollment is now the highest in Afghan history, and government is turning its attention to quality education. Today, the lives of over 80 million Afghans have been touched by the National Solidarity Program, and $1.5 billion rollout of the program, just approved by the World Bank Board, has just approved will enable the government to reach every rural community in the community. This is powerful. Now let me focus briefly on the significant challenge. That is the first national poverty profile completed by the bank, and the Afghan government shows that 9 million and their basic consumption needs. Poverty is spread throughout the country, and often the worst level of poverty is in the areas of less conflict. And often the worst level least conflict. This is the most important finding. Donors need to ensure that assistance is equitable. Clearly, corruption remains a major concern. The World Bank fully supports government calls to donors to hand over the reins and development challenges of spending in Afghanistan by putting more of its money through projects. At the same time, concrete improvements in governance will be necessary to give donors the assurance that the taxpayers' money is being spent well. One example is the good public good public financial management roadmap presented must be fully implemented. Finally, let me say a few words on partnership. On behalf of Bob Zilg, bank's president, I want to express our deep appreciation to the donors for their continued support for the Afghanistan Reconstruction Trust Fund. It is a proven and reliable means of putting donors' funds on budget in a transparent and equitable way. It demonstrates what donors and government can achieve when working together with a common purpose. But in other ways, we could do better. As a former finance and minister of Nigeria, I know that development is not measured in months, but in years and even decades. So, in many contrary, we must always remind ourselves to be realistic, pragmatic. We must also be careful not that our impatience does not harm what is already working well. Let us not load our good programs demands that they cannot deliver. The World Bank is here for the very old, but this commitment comes with clear expectation that a more selective and achievable set of benchmarks will be measured, monitored, and monitored. The idea is to use this to derive from a result. I propose that we think long and hard before having more conferences, until we are sure that we think long and hard, until we are sure of seeing more results. As donors, we put our support fully behind reform and good leadership. Donors should not, however, observe the responsibility from Afghan institutions nor set unrealistic time frames. Reform is possible in Afghanistan. Only one needs to look at the progress at the Ministry of Finance, Health and Education, Communication, the Central Bank. It is not unreasonable to set performance benchmarks against which governments can be judged. The people of Afghanistan deserve nothing less. Thank you for chairman for the opportunity to moderate this conference. Valuable lessons from the speech. The first one is celebrating achievement amid challenges. Afghanistan at that time was in a very big economic problem, but they are started to improve. So the speech highlighted the importance of acknowledging the accomplishments and positive development of in a challenging environment, despite the difficulties faced by the Afghanistan. The speaker emphasizes the significance of hosting an international conference in Kabul itself as evidence of progress. This lesson reminds us to recognize and appreciate achievement even in the midst of adversity. Transparency and accountability. In resource management, the speech underscores critical role of transparency and accountability in managing a nation's resources, particularly in the context of Afghanistan's rich mineral deposits. It emphasizes the need to ensure that development is carried out in an equitable and transparent manner, which measures a place to safeguard against resources exploitation and capture for special interests. This speech highlights the importance of responsible resources management to foster sustainable growth and prevent corruption. Long-term commitment to development. This speech emphasizes the necessity of a long-term commitment to development. It reminds us that development under outcomes are measured over years and decades and not just over months, and that patience and pragmatism are essential virtues in achieving sustainable progress. This lesson teaches us to avoid impatience and maintain a realistic perspective in the timeline of developmental initiatives, balancing immediate and long-term priorities. This speech discusses the challenge of balancing immediate needs with long-term priorities. It highlights the importance of addressing both long-term and both short-term and long-term standing issues to ensure equitable development. This lesson encourages a holistic approach to development planning that address the needs of all segments of the population, including those in more sustainable regions facing poverty. Partnership and collaboration. This speech emphasizes the significance of partnership and collaboration between government, international organizations, and donors. This underscores the importance of working organizations and donors, the importance of working together with a common purpose to achieve developmental goals, realistic expectations and performance benchmarks. The speech discusses the importance of setting realistic expectations and performance benchmarks. So it suggests that the benchmark should be selective and achievable, and that they should be used to results and monitor progress. This page underscores the need for clarity in setting goals and evaluating outcomes to ensure effective development efforts. Empowering local institutions. The speech highlights the need for local institutions to take responsibility of their own development and progress. I go on a short break. Let us draw inspiration from Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's speech and see the call to actions. Transparency and equitable resource management. We must be accountable to our resources and to its management. Long-term community issues. Recognizing recognizing is a long and nations should adopt a pragmatic approach to addressing global challenges such as climate change, poverty, and inequality. Realistic expectation and performance metrics. Modern initiative must be grounded in realistic expectation and achievable empowerment of local institutions. Modern should prioritize community engagement and participation through involving local communities in decision-making process ensures that processes ensures that solutions are contextually should prioritize community engagement and participation. Involving local communities in decision-making process ensures that solutions are contextually relevant and sustainable, whether addressing urban development, healthcare access, or education. Another call to action is value for incremental change for global impact. Just as the speech values incremental change, small steps taken by individuals, communities, and government can collectively drive significant global change. With that, we've come to the end of Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's speech on Afghanistan improvement of economy. So I'll be going on a short break. successfully completed a whole 24 hours in this speech marathon. I am very grateful to everyone that has been supportive to this moment, and I'm particularly grateful to everyone that has stayed behind and is still here with us. I'm also very grateful to those that are joining us online and are a part of this history in making. Um, for the next couple of hours, the next session is going to be an interactive session. Please let us all settle down and be seated. This mic will be passed across, and we'll interact on discussions that we have had previously. This is going to be an interactive session for the next couple of hours. This is to ensure that the messages that we are passing here, we are actually grasping them. You know, we say voices of change, inspiring solutions for a better world. Let us be sure that we are actually getting these messages and we want to be a part of a better world, and we actually want to inspire solutions for a better world. So let us sit down and get ready as we start an interactive session. Um, I hope we're ready. Are we ready? So basically, the mode we'll be employing for this interactiveness is going to be either you ask questions, so it'll be similar to what we've been doing previously. You can either ask questions or I ask questions. But first of all, yeah, well, it's interactive for now. It's interactive for now. That is the session that we are now. We can do it for as long as we can engage ourselves. So we have revisited a lot of species up to this moment. We have probably we have digested some of them. Some of them are still in the process of digestion, and some of them are probably still on their way to our stomach. But those ones that we have digested already, let us talk about them. You know, if you even have a short addition, it doesn't have to be long. You don't need to go back to the old speech again. So just a short thing you want to add to any of the words we've revisited, or there's a particular thing that you grabbed and you are taking hold of it and you want to share it with others so that they too can also grab and take hold of it. Let us share it. Let us share it. Okay.
Well done. Okay. Well done. You talk about feminism the other time, some couple of hours ago. What I just want to know and discuss about, what I want us to discuss about is how feminism can actually be a bedrock to the growth of a society. You know, because our society at this time, politically, morally, socially, and in all ramification, we have not been giving room for our women to actually exploit themselves. But how can feminism or feminists be a bedrock to engaging or to boosting the morals of the female folks in order for them to actually build a better society, just as you said, what was her name? I've actually discussed in one of your speech earlier on. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's a round of applause for that. I want to state that there's a difference between advocacy for gender equality and feminism. In the course of our engagement, we have been very, very particular to use the word gender equality, and this has been the words of the inspirational leaders that we have been revisiting. And the reason is that feminism, I would not say, is a bedrock to anything, because anything that has zim is somewhat already an extremist um, endeavor. Now, when we talk about gender equality, it means that we are fighting for the rights of both the male and the female. We are advocating that everybody should be seen as equals. Everybody should be given the same opportunity to engage. There is no difference between the male and the female folks, gender equality. But when you come to feminism, feminism would would give you an extremist attachment to that, and that is where the problem actually comes in place, where they tell you women must be this. So gender equality is giving both. We are not separating one from the other. But if you go towards feminism, you are particular about one. So gender equality can actually be the bedrock to progress in our society, whereby both genders are given same level of attention, given same level of opportunity, and both also give themselves that same recognition. Like I said earlier, that the women also have to see themselves as equal beings too with the men, so such that they can position themselves, because you cannot just the women cannot just sit in the house or come to the television. We want gender equality, you must recognize us, you must do this, and when it is now time to make those decisions, you see them behind. No, they must present themselves and make themselves available for these opportunities. Where women are, they should be there too. Not separate themselves, not seclude themselves. They should participate actively in politics, in voting, and to ensure that in every aspect of life, they should compete favorably. So, and I feel like that is how we can now say that there can be a foundation for progress in our society. I feel like we've been able to address that. Have we been able to address that? Any other question? I saw a hand the other time. Oh, you have another question? Okay. Yeah, a contribution, yes.
Like you said the other time that questions and contributions should be included. Well, based on gender equality that you've just expatiated, differentiating from feminism to gender equality. Now, there's my contribution is I just felt at this particular junction that we are in the nation, we need to encourage women, most especially our young ladies, to participate more in all ramification, be it entrepreneurship, be it politics, be it, for instance, when you look at the Senate, the House of Senate presently in Nigeria, we have about 106 senators. The ladies that we have, or the women that we have in the Senate, are not up more than 3. I think the lady from Abuja and the lady from Lagos West. So we at this juncture, we need to encourage ourselves. We need to encourage our female folks, most especially starting from the young ones, because it is the ability that they carry from now that they will be able to build across board. And I my own contribution is just this, for them to actually have an opportunity to build themselves more in terms, capacity wise, intellectual capacity wise, financial capacity wise, and moral capacity wise, because when you look at most of the problem that we're having with most of our female folks in building gender equality, you see that most of them participate in more in pornography and all this sex tape and all of that. So I just want to encourage our ladies to actually be more involved in what should be done in the society. Thank you very much.
The best time to imbibe this culture of positive change, of gender equality, is actually from the tender age, whereby the stereotype that has already been imbibed in as a result of our cultural background. Our cultural background has already imbibed a stereotype in our fathers, and also even in our own generation, that the male folks and the female folks are different. So changing that stereotype, especially in the male folks, might be different. The women may want to fight and fight, but we can start correcting it from the generation coming behind, especially on the male folks. Let them understand that they are not different from the female folks. There is no superiority in any form of gender, and that is when we can grow and the gender equality can be achieved.
Thank you. You said something about reshaping the educational system of Nigeria. So I believe I would like you to summarize or elaborate a few things about the shaping the educational system of Nigeria. So thank you.
Yeah. Okay. We have quite a number of speeches that we've revisited on the reformations of the educational system in the country. Firstly, we talked about Obafemi Awolowo and his reforms in the then Western region, in which he pioneered the free education in the Western region. That was a reform that was instituted then, and it's a pity now that such initiative is no longer evident in any part of the Southwest. Before, we still had it in Ondo State, I believe. It was still in Ondo State. I think Ondo State was the last of the states to actually end that reform, but now we no longer have it. These are the things that we can do to improve the educational system in Nigeria, ensuring and making it known, that education of a child is a right, in the sense that the government have to do, not only the government now, civil societies have to be included in this journey to ensure that they let the people understand that education of a child is the right of the child. Every child has a right to education. According to the child law now or something, every child is entitled by his right of this Federal Republic of Nigeria to education. So parents should be led to understand that, because there are still people in the rural areas that do not know that by rights, as you have right to life, right to live, right to freedom, right to move, a child also has the right to be educated. That is where we started from. Then now, when the government is now saying that the child has to be educated, the child has the right to education, the government should now put in place reforms and policies, just like you've asked. Now, what kind of reforms and policies? Because we cannot deceive ourselves, Nigeria is still wallowing in poverty. Just recently, the government said they want to remove 100 million out of poverty. That should tell you that we probably have 2 times, if not 3 times, that kind of figures in poverty. So if we have over 100 million people in poverty, and it is by right for these children to be educated, the best thing that a government should do is to provide free education. Now, we should start, and in fact, I am making this advocacy now that education across basic education, that is the basic education from the elementary school to the junior secondary school, should be free. It should be made free by both the state government and the federal government. I think students are resuming. I don't know. Is it this week or next week? Next week now. Okay, I feel like that's why we don't have schools. Yeah. And you see people running scatter now because what? There is no free education anywhere again. Even people that put their children in public schools, when I hear the amount they are paying, I'm like, and you say it's a public school, it is no longer free anymore. So the reforms that we can start asking for is, number one, parents should understand that the child has a right to education, and the government, because of the current situation that we find ourselves in the country, in many developed climes, you have to pay for your tuitions. But with the current situation we have in this country, it is only realistic if the government comes to the aid of the parents that are supposed to send their children to school by providing free and quality education. Now, another reform is that while you are providing free and quality education, you also have to ensure that it is in a conducive environment, which means that government should rehabilitate schools. There are so many dilapidated government schools around that even you would prefer to send your child to the farm than to go and school in that kind of environment. So the government have a lot to do, and this is something that is very, very evident in our society. This is not something that we can hide under tongue. It is something that we can see clearly that the government needs to do enough. Then, moving away from basic education to tertiary education. Tertiary education is what will determine the workforce of the state, of the society. The government also have to provide interventions to ensure that this education is affordable. We may not necessarily ask for free tertiary education, but intervention should be made to ensure that it is affordable. If not totally free, there are means whereby you can access it. It should be accessible. The federal government has already developed a means already. The ones that they have done, we will say it. The ones that remain, we will say it. The president already signed the student loan. We are up, and he has said it. Because when the student loan was first passed, and I read through, I'm like, you people are deceiving Nigerians. But at the end of the day, after the I think a few weeks or months after, the president made another proclamation that they will make sure that student loan is accessible. Because with the guidelines to access that loan, it is not accessible. That's the reality. Because someone that needs a loan of 150,000 to pay school fees or 300,000, you're asking him to bring signature of level 16 officer, must bring signature of lawyer, their family must not be earning up to 50,000 in a month or in a year. How would you? There is no way to measure the amount the family will make in a year unless the family is paying tax. That is how you can. For the government to come and say they want to know how much I make in a year now, it means that I have to have been giving them the required tax from the amount I make. So if I'm not doing that, you cannot say this is the amount I make in a year. Whatever money you find with me, it can be through charity, it may be someone's money. So how do you, so those are the things that we found as bottlenecks to some of the policies that are being put in place in educational system. Then another thing that I find very, very important in educational reform is that there has to be a deliberate review um, of the curriculum system in tertiary institutions. They cannot keep using the curriculum that are, in fact, from the 90s and the 80s, and that is what is still being used in these schools till today. There is no attempt to develop these curriculums. The same thing that the professor was taught by his own professors is what he is bringing back to teach students, even after decades of advancements in technology and research. Most of the research we do these days is research of how many something in a class. The research, that same research, it has been done in another class, so that your own will be different. You will now go and bring it to another class and say you are doing the research again. There has to be a revisitation of the curriculum system in the higher institutions. So I feel like these are one of the many policies and reforms that the government can make to ensure that we have quality education in the country. Any other question? Any other question? Any other question? I saw a hand. Okay. Yeah, please come forward quickly.
Well done. You talked about education, basic education being free, but I would like to contribute a bit. At the stage that we are in Nigeria, we should not deceive ourselves. I do not believe that basic education can actually be free anymore. But you talked about providing better curriculum. I think the best the country, the leaders can do for us at this time is to revisit this curriculum. We cannot keep using the same curriculum from 30, 40 years ago in this century. So the best thing is to revisit it, and that will give us a better quality, a quality education that we all aim for. But talking about giving it free, back to what it used to be, I am not sure about that.
Let's clap for her. The good thing is that when we talk about reforms and ways at which issues can be addressed, everybody has their opinion. You know, I just mentioned my own opinion, and it's a cause that I am personally going to be advocating for. The situation of the country is in a position whereby we should not pity the government. That is how I see the current situation of the country. Because even the government is not pitying the citizens. You cannot pity who is not pitying you. There is no excuse to why education from GS or from primary 1 to GS3 cannot be free. There's no reason. But because we all have different approaches and different beliefs in terms of reforming ideas, we okay. Yeah, so yeah, yes.
I just want to ask a question. Thank you very much. We have been discussing about education and education being free, just like the days of Awolowo, Nnamdi Azikiwe, and the host of others. In this our Western world, Awolowo to be precise. But I believe that times and things are changing. But to you, what is your perspective about education itself? Should education still be free, or should it be subsidized, or should we have, it being in a bourgeois way? We have the bourgeoisies and the proletariats, whereby the rich, should it still be in the bourgeoisie way and giving us the quality of what we're actually paying for? What is your perspective about it in all? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I like that, and I'm going to state my personal view, not referencing any speaker. My personal view on education and where I believe it should be at this point, considering several factors. Number one, the standard of living of an average Nigerian, the level of economic hardship that average Nigerians face, and the fact that education that we speak of for a child, education that we speak of for a child is a right. And this is a policy that is being put, is a law that has been enacted by the government. Now, the government have said that education of your child is a right. Your child is entitled to be educated. Now, but looking at the economic situation of the country, looking at the rates of poverty, impoverished people in the country, Nigeria is still the world poverty capital of the world. We have hundreds of millions of people still wallowing in poverty. How would someone wallowing in a family that is in poverty, that can hardly afford $1 a day, be able to afford to send the children to school? That is the question we should ask ourselves. And the government have said that education is a right. But it is a right, but there is no power to do it. So I believe, and I am making a call now to the government and every parastatal or everybody or institution involved, that there should be a revisitation of the universal basic education scheme. The universal basic education scheme should be revisited, and that scheme should be able to provide free education for students, for pupils across board, either the local government schools, the state government schools, or the federal government schools. Pupils and students from primary 1 to GSS 3, that is in the universal basic education, should be entitled to free education. That is my call to the government, and that is my stand on the matter. Now, if they're not about subsidizing, bringing reforms, doing all those ones can start from tertiary education. Tertiary education is where is not, by the constitution, it is no longer a right. It is no longer a right. But what the government has in itself placed as a right for a child, the government should also be ready to put in measures to ensure that it is actualized. And because of the realistic economic situation of the country, now the fuel subsidy has been removed. There is excess of money to be spent. These are areas that the government should put these things. The government is supposed to ensure that as we are buying fuel at exorbitant rates, there are other means at which we are benefiting it back. The government has rolled out policies and policies and policies, but not all these policies will be accessible to everybody. But free education for children is something that will still be accessible. Let the primary schools of the state-owned schools, federal-owned schools, and the local government-owned schools be free. That is my own stand on the matter. Any other question?
during your
I
speech.
feel like we were supposed to do it like when we had the pressmen and all of them here, so that they could have just. But well, we probably will still have another session during the day when they are all here.
All right. During your speech, you said something about education, and you said the government that they need to do the right thing, and you said you are going to do make a long thing about that. But what do you think we can do to the what is the solution? Let me put the question to you directly. That what are the solution to the education system in Nigeria to make it go forward? What do you think we can do? Yes, let me put it that way.
If I understand you, you probably asking me what measures I want to take to ensure that, right? Measures that I personally would like to take to ensure that, well, in thank God for democracy. Democracy has made it easier for us to speak freely, and like that is what we are doing now. You cannot be so sure. They may be listening already. They may have heard this conversation already, and that is the beauty of the internet and the beauty of democracy. Now, I would, like I said, I will continue in this advocacy to to um to make it known. The best that I can do is to make it. I am not in the Senate. I'm not in the House of Rep. I am not a member or head of any educational parastatal. But what I can do as an active citizen, as an advocate for change, and what I would like you to join me to do is to lend our voice. Right now, I'm doing that, and I can continue to do that. And that is why my platform, Talk with the Do, is going to come in. That is going to be a platform whereby we'll be using to push things outside. That is the platform we'll be using to tell people what the government, civil societies, and everybody that needs to hear our voice, what we want. We are going to be using all forms of informational means. We use our voice, we use our letters, we use the press, use the social media, and every means such that we are sure that they can see it. So when we have said it, we have made it known, and if they refuse to do it, it is next election now. That is the beauty of democracy. Any other? Any other? Okay.
Sorry, talking about the beauty of election the other time, after all said and done, majorly on the basis of after, because your perspective has been known, and we've understood the fact that education from basic, from cradle to the secondary school rather, should be free, and it should be mandatory, mandated by the government, and if not, we should use our electoral power to actually send them out. But what is actually baffling me, or the basic question is this: most of all of these political parties and political juggernauts, they have the same ideological stand, and the same way of reasoning and agitating issues. What about if you say, okay, these particular governments or these particular sectors are not, pushing towards that perspective that you've said, and we decide to use our electoral power to send them away, and the next government that we bring in, we usher in, still follow the same suit? In that perspective, what would be your suggestion to, not just to Nigerians alone, because it might not just be, because I know your recommendation is not just meant for Nigerians alone, it's not just meant for African alone, but for the larger society. In that particular context, what is your view? What is your advice to the general populace that, okay, after we've sent this government away, look at Gabon and some other African countries now, because of their government are not doing fine, they're able to actually bring about military juntas and the host of others. But then, does that really help matters? If that happens, for instance, God forbid, in Nigeria, how then can we really look inward, channel our plight, and it will definitely be seen in the appropriate way. Thank you very much.
First of all, I do not subscribe to the opinion that all political parties or all political aspirant or contestant have the same manifesto. That is my first point of view. It is almost impossible for two people running for the same office to have the same agenda from A to Z. There may be similarities, but it is not, I don't think it is possible for the two of them to have exactly the same policies. Now, the good thing is that, like I mentioned earlier, that if we advocate that, okay, government do this, government make this one free, government do this for us, government, you are not listening, okay, we are hungry, we'll vote you out. Now, in the process of voting out now, even if the government we want to bring in does not have that agenda stated in its manifesto, we have to ensure one thing, that and that is what is where we are actually getting it wrong in this part of the world. In this part of the world, we are electing people that we cannot talk to. We are electing people that when they are there, they are there. And that is where we should start changing it. I cannot expect that an aspirant or an elective contestant will have the same plans that I have, but there should be a point whereby I know that if at the end of the day you have spent 2 years in office and we are seeing that something is not going right, but that there's something that you need to fix, we should be able to tell you as a leader. And if you as a leader have another contrary opinion, there should not be an opportunity for dialogue, whereby do this, I've heard you, but I cannot do this because of this. And then we too as citizens, we look at it again. Is this thing you are attending, does it make sense? It does not make sense, you have to do it. But because there is already a means of communication, it will be easier for us to understand ourselves as citizens and as leaders. But when in a means whereby we are just shouting and they just see it even in the newspaper, we should start getting it right from that point, whereby we are able to elect leaders that we know their attributes already. These are people that are accessible. These are people that they can engage us even on social media. These are people that we know that when we text them, they can respond. These are people that we know that when we call them, they will pick. These are people that we know that when they see something, even if they can't do it, they will talk about it. So these are the kind of people that I believe that we should begin to look forward to have in our elective offices. And that is how collectively we can have the kind of governments that we desire. You still want to add something? Okay. I saw one hand there. Oh. Any other? Any other? There's no other contribution? Okay. Okay, can I just throw a question open? Okay. I throw a question. Oh yeah, my question is as citizens or as individuals, at what point do we differentiate the roles of civil society and the roles of the government? At what point do we differentiate the roles? At what point do their roles cross each other, whereby they can be on the same path? At what roles? At what point do we differentiate the roles of civil society and the government? And at what point do they come in contact with each other. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Mm.
Thank you very much. The first and foremost we need to understand is what are the roles of the government? What are the roles of the civil society? Of course, in the generality of the society, we understand that there should be some roles that individuals should play. For instance, your humble self trying to break a record. After that, I know it is channeling towards a role that will affect the life of the people, the common men. And however, your role should not be hindered with that of the government. But our people have actually seen that anything that could be done should be done based on it is mandatory by our people. Now, what the difference between the roles of society and the roles of government is that government we are entitled towards what the government gives to us. For instance, like what you have actually said, look at the area of education. It is mandatory for government to actually make education free, like you have said, from cradle to secondary school, even down to higher institution. But civil society can only assist the indigent ones amidst the society. But now we have now been able to see it as if what civil society should do, it is the major thing that is mandatory for civil society to make sure you must sponsor this, you must sponsor that, you must, and it is not like that. It is mandatory for the government, which is not mandatory for the civil society. The civil society should be able to just assist the community, the general public, and the government. Things are mandated for the government should be done and not mandated for the civil society. The civil society should only assist and compensate what or complement what the government have in stock. But now our society has been so bastardized that we feel that the government is only doing us a favor by doing one or two things to us, in which we should as well appreciate the civil society on what they do. But this time around, we see the government and appreciate them more than the civil society. Thank you very much.
Do you have any contribution to that? Do you have anything to say on that? Civil society, at what point do we differentiate the role of civil society and the role of the government?
Thank you. My name is Ajay Emmanuel, Ondo State Coordinator for We Vote Nigeria. The truth of the matter is, civil society and government are not the same. The government is all of us, and civil society, their roles are to checkmate whatever the government is doing and to advocate for the government to do a whole lot for the masses. So the truth of the matter is, the government should not relent on the promises that they have made to the masses. Whatever they are supposed to do that is in the constitution, let them do it. The civil society is doing a whole lot. The government must always keep to their promise. Whatever they say they will do to the citizens, let them do it. The civil society, they are on the other side doing their jobs. We have civil society organizations like Yaga Africa, We Vote Nigeria, a whole lot. They are doing a whole lot of things. So the government should amplify their efforts to ensure that people are happy in the country. Thank you.
Any other? Questions? Do you have questions? Okay, question. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Stephen by name. Alright, I'm Stephen by name. The civil society is made up of different kind of individuals and society that works together to address the social issues of the society. Why the government is just there to make and enforce law. The both of them play different kind of roles. So that's my own point of view.
Do we have any other? Okay. Yeah. Do you have anything? Okay.
Well done so far.
Yeah. Thanks.
What I just simply want to say is everybody has said amazing things about things that the government is expected to do. I just want to reiterate it that the government of this day should ensure that their promises should be fulfilled. The people that voted them in are not, let me use the word, dumb people. They are not dumb people that voted them in. So they should not take us for granted and ensure that they do and fulfill their responsibilities to the citizens of the country. That's just basically what I have to say.
Yeah. Any other person? Picking from what he mentioned, he said the government should always do what they are expected to do. But in a condition whereby we have a government that I'm not saying we have a government. I'm citing an example so as not to cause any misinterpretation. In a situation where in a society there is a government that is not willing to listen to the people, that is not doing anything, what are the roles of the citizens in that kind of condition? What are we expected to do if the government make promises, no promises, nothing is moving forward, it's just going backward, it's going backward, it's going backward, and the government seems very relaxed? What is the role of the citizen in that kind of condition? These are questions you're supposed to ask, but I'm not asking.
Yeah, thank you. I would not quote any point in the constitution, but the truth of the matter is, whoever we cast our ballots to elect as our representative is our leader. And if we are casting our ballot to elect you to be in office, maybe for some number of years, you should be accountable to us. Am I right? Now, if you are accountable to us and you are not doing what we asked you to do, there are certain things the constitution stipulates that can either make you do it or could take you out of that place. There are points whereby the constitution stipulates that calls for a recall. We can recall a leader. What does a recall mean? If a particular person is not doing the right thing, we can recall that person. We don't want you again because we voted you in for a particular purpose. And if you are not doing that particular thing and we are trying to advocate that Mr. A, please do this and do that, and you are not doing, we can recall you. That once we recall you, someone else, that when he or she gets there, I believe such a person would want to do better than whoever has been recalled. And there are other ways that we have civil societies, we have other ways that we can, like we are all aware. It's not like we are in support of military coups or the likes. These are things that we can actually see that are happening at the moment, that people are already taking laws into, and it's not what we are advocating for, but these are some of those things. If leaders do not take up to accountability, at the end of the day they are going to see the negative sides of things like this. Thank you.
Do you have any other contributor? They've not said anything.
Thank you. I just want to say this. In this kind of society we have found ourselves, I only believe at this moment only people in power has the voice. If you are not in power, you don't have the voice. In this kind of society we find ourselves, and it is so bad because the voiceless people actually brought these people into power. But once they are in power, I'm not sure there's anything the voiceless can do again. So I just feel at this stage only God can help us. Only God can help us because our leaders are not encouraging us. Once you hold the power, you come to the voiceless people. Once they put you in power, they don't care about you. And at that stage, nothing can be done. There's nothing they can do to you that you can actually fight against. You cannot say you want to stand up and fight them. They are in power already. There's nothing you can do about it. So this kind of society we find ourselves, only God can help us out.
Well, voices of change. You can be that voice of change. We can all be that voice of change. You know, the perspective and the belief that we can't do anything is something that I do not actually agree to. We can do something. In fact, as a matter of fact, I will say this for free. You know, when we have government, you notice what is happening, and you can assertively say, or you can say to some extent that this particular government, this is how it is working. And I can say that this is not in any way to patronize them or to give any partial remark, but I can say that the current federal government, I can say to some extent, looking at series of occurrence in the last few, I think 3 months now, that this current government to some extent still listens to people. And that's what I'm talking about the current administration of the current presidential government that we have now, compared to the previous one. Although it's still too early to say, but with the most recent things that we can observe, there is a tendency that this government that you will speak up and your voice will be heard. So I don't want us to be discouraged. Nelson Mandela was the first speaker we talked about. Apartheid was killing the blacks in South Africa. If Nelson Mandela had that same spirit that nothing will happen, it is possible that the blacks in South Africa will still remain slaves to the whites. So that belief that we are giving them power, nothing can happen again, I want us to change it. The truth of the matter is that many of us have been having this impression. Many of us as citizens has been having that belief that once you put them in power, you just go and sleep. Nothing. No. Let our voice be heard. Let us look for means and methods. If you are not convenient with something, don't sit down. If you are not convenient with a reform, with a policy, don't sit down. Don't say it's only God. God has given you a voice, and I'm very. And that is one of the things that we are doing as far as this speech marathon is concerned. All funds raised will be donated to raise children with aphasia. Aphasia is a brain disorder that affects speech and comprehension in children in humans. But we'll be looking at how to support children with aphasia. Now, you don't have aphasia, you can speak. You have the voice. People with aphasia cannot understand and they cannot talk. They have issues with their speech and they have issues with comprehension. So, there's nobody here now, there's nobody watching us online, there's nobody that will watch after that has aphasia, because if you have aphasia,
there's no way you will be able to watch. So you are not in that condition, so you have that voice. Alright? You have that voice. Now it is how you now channel that voice that actually matters and will determine the results that you receive. Now because you say you are not you want government to give us free education, you're not gonna carry God and start. No, that is a very wrong channeling method. You can be indicted for with any charge. So the means at which we now channel our dissatisfaction, the way we use our voice will now determine the kind of results that we get. Do we still have any other conversation, Mr. Sam? Now we're calling him Sam. Do you have any question? Okay. Yeah? What's that? Okay.
Okay, there's a particular question we've been, discussing at the back there, and it's just about advocacy and rule of law. The government with their own rule of laws and the civil society with advocacy. But however, I think in time past now there's been intertwine between the government seeing themselves more as an advocate and the civil society seeing themselves more as a person in charge of the rules that is guiding the society. So how do you tend to alienate the rule of law and separate it and give it to the government and the advocacy back to the civil society in order for them to actually meet at a particular colloquium at a particular point, so that we can actually have a fundamental way forward towards both. Of course, because we've had the civil society doing more of rule of law or rule of the society, and the government doing more of advocacy, which is not supposed to be. So how do we bring both, alienate both and actually bring them together to meet a point and separate each other from each other? Thank you very much.
Yeah, as very I don't know maybe it only sounds funny to me, but as very funny as it sounds, we will not agree that it is a fact in our present society. You will go to a government function and the government official in charge of that office will be telling you that we hope that this will be done. You are the head of that parastatal. You are the one in charge of that office. But you will still be telling the citizens that you are not advocating. That is where I don't realize that is actually very true. But it borders to the point of the kind of leaders that we elect. Honestly, leaders are supposed to know their roles. You will be hearing from a commissioner of health that will tell you that we want the government to provide beds in our hospital, and he's the commissioner of health, and you'll be surprised. We need bed. But I just feel like it is the kind of leaders that we have, the kind of leadership qualities that they possess. They're not being able to differentiate between their roles and the roles of themselves as the government and the roles that people not in government play. The civil society have been they've been doing very wonderful in the society. In every society, they are a pivotal organization that they perform tasks based on their own objective. Every civil society have its own set objective, and it is very very interesting that civil societies are mostly not lacking, because you can't say they are lacking, because it is not their right. It is not something that they must do. If they don't do it, they don't do it. So if they do it, they've done it. They doing it is to satisfy their own personal conscience of fulfilling their goals and objectives. So it just actually boils down to the kind of leaders we elect and we allow to have access to offices. They should understand that some things, everything is their responsibility. So I feel like that is how I can answer that and address that. Do you have any other question? Any other question? Okay, I feel like maybe we should go back to revisiting of words. Yeah. We'll be looking at the words of Burna Boy. We'll be revisiting his words on using music as a vehicle for social change and using music as a vehicle for social change and advocacy. Using music as a vehicle of social change and advocacy by Burna Boy. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, and those who resonate with the power of music and the call for change. I'm before you not only as a speaker in this marathon, but as a person who has been deeply influenced by words of music. In this self-generated speech, I aim to capture the essence of Burna Boy's unique voice and incorporate some of his exact words. We dive into the art of the vehicle. We dive into the art of the message he passionately delivers, and the impact of music as a vehicle of societal change and advocacy. In this journey, we harness the spirit of the spirit and the rhymes of Burna Boy in the remarkable power of music in our world today. So going into the speech now, please note that this speech is self-generated using some specific words of Burna Boy and his personal lifestyle and way of address. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed listeners, and those who feel the rhymes in their heart, allow me to start by saying that at the end of the day, everything you chase will run. Those are words that resonate with me deeply. I am Burna Boy, a Nigerian and an African, with a lot to say, but apart from what I say, it's almost feeling, you see, apart from what I say, it's about the feeling. You see, people can relate to that feeling, and it is a reciprocal relationship. They feed off me and feed off them. Pressure, my friend, is a man wondering how he's going to feed his 5 kids today. It is a reality that many face, and I have seen it, I have felt it. You are only as rich as where you came from. And Nigeria, my homeland, has a lot of poverty in its place, where struggles where the struggles of everyday life was real, and it's something that fuels my passion for change. I am 32 years old, and in my country that's considered very young. It's almost like the youth doesn't matter to the ups and the ups. But let me tell you, I believe that everyone plays their own role in the world, and no role is more important than the other. It's about unity, my people. Now let's talk about music. My journey is called Afrofusion because I fuse different types of music into a ball. You see, my dad used to play reggae. I am 32 years old, and in my country that is considered very young. It's almost like the youth does not matter to the ups and the ups. But let me tell you, I believe that everyone plays their music. Now let's talk about music. My journey is called Afrofusion because I fuse different types of music into a ball. You see, my dad used to play reggae and Afrobeat. Every Sunday, we used to have these records events, and he would just play all of them. Supercat, Niger Man, Boju, Betty. That's where my musical journey began, and something I carry with me to this day. I find myself being inspired by things that I have heard as a kid. African music, teach French, some French music and some Jamaican music. When it's time for music to be made, it's almost like my ancestors came and just come into me, and then but beyond the music, I have a message. You see, I'm from the south side of Nigeria, a place called Port Harcourt. No one ever makes it out of there, but I wanted to put it on the map. I wanted to show the world that talent and determination can come from the unexpected things. When I think about my journey, I remember that Fall Out Boy used to be my favorite rock band. It is a reminder that music transcends borders and genres, and a universal language that speaks to the soul. I don't plan stuff. I don't believe in planning. I just believe in doing your best at what you do best at all time, and everything else is everything else. If I had children, as soon as I have them, I'm teaching them everything I know. I don't want to feed them with fairy tales. Fairy tales are nice, but they come to an end, and then you have to face reality. So when I create music, it's not just about beats and lyrics. It's about telling stories, nursing. I dropped this in 2012. I dropped a song called Light to Party, and that just took me all over the world. It showed me the power of music to connect people, to spread love and make a difference. Let me make one thing clear, my friends. The UK has no input in Afrobeat. The root and beginning of Afrobeat start there in Africa. You must remember that we have a rich musical heritage, and it is our duty to preserve and celebrate it. When something happens in Africa, an artist will sing song. We use our music to raise awareness, to spark conversation, and to mind change. We have seen it in Free, Maladia Records, and so much more. Music is our vehicle for societal change and advocacy. In closing, remember this. Music has the power to unite us, to inspire us, and to drive positive change in the world. It's not just about the melodies, it's about the messages. Thank you, and let music play on. From Burna Boy's speech, using music as a vehicle of societal change and advocacy, we can learn the transformative power of music. Burna Boy emphasized the profound impact music can have in bringing about societal change and advocating for important causes. It transcends boundaries and connects people on a deeper level. The influence of personal experiences, the artist's upbringing and personal experiences. The influence of personal influence, the artist's upbringing and personal influence, such as Jonah from Nigeria, influenced his music. This highlights the importance of drawing inspiration from the role of music in storytelling. Music is not just about beats and lyrics, it's a medium of storytelling and conveying information. Empowering the youth. The artists acknowledge that the challenges faced by the youth in Nigeria highlight the need to empower and the universality of music. Music transcends language barriers. It's a universal language. It's an universal language that using acts of advocacy. Burna Boy's reference to songs like Free Mandela illustrates how music can be a powerful tool for advocacy and artists can use them. Burna Boy impassioned speech on using music as a vehicle for societal change and advocacy offers a compelling call to action for the modern era. Support conscious artists. In Nigeria today, we need to support conscious artists, to support music who use their art to address important social issues. Speaking out as a red artists who are their platforms to engage for societal change. Celebrate cultural diversity. Embrace and appreciate music from diversity, cultures and backgrounds.
drug detentions promote authenticity, encourage artists to speak true to themselves and their roots. Authenticity in music. The art is a powerful way to connect. Praise awareness. Empower the youth. Recognize the challenges faced by young people in various parts of the world. Support initiatives that can empower youth to pursue their dreams and make a positive impact on their communities. Amplify societal causes. As music institutes, amplify the voices of artists who are advocating for societal cause, share their music, attend concerts and engage them. With that, we have come to the end of Burna Boy's recitation of Burna Boy's speech. We will be going to World War III and the Giant of Africa. This is by Oluyemi Fashika. World War III and the Giant of Africa by Oluyemi Fashika. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and concerned citizens, today we find ourselves at the crossroad of global tensions and uncertainties. The recent events surrounding the United Nations drone strike in Baghdad, which resulted in the killing of. As we grapple with the potential implications of these actions, we are faced with the critical question: what role will Nigeria, often regarded as the Giant of Africa, play in this unfolding scenario? In this speech, we will dive into the complex geopolitical landscape, the stakes involved, and the choices Nigeria may have to make in a world where the specter of the Third World War looms on the horizon. We will examine the motivation that will influence Nigeria's stance and emphasize the importance of and conscious decision making in this important place. Join me as we explore the potential roles and responsibilities of Nigeria in rapidly changing the global order. There are fears and tensions across the world over the possible implications of the United States drone strike in Baghdad that killed Qasem Soleimani. Qasem Soleimani was military commander of Aqim in Iran and the second most powerful man in Iran after the Iran supreme leader Ayatollah. However, Iranian General Esmail Ghali, who was taking Soleimani's place as the head of Iran's divided as Yazvan is called. Certainly, actions will be taken. U.S. President Donald Trump is not also keeping silent, as he had. However, Iranian General Ehsan Ghali has not taken Soleimani's place as the head of Iranian Quds Force. He has stated Iran will be taking actions against the US as revenge of the death of Suleiman. Against the US as a revenge of the death of Suleiman. Gandhi told the Iranian state television on Monday, God the Almighty has promised to get his revenge, and God is the main avenger. Certainly, actions will be taken. US President Donald Trump is not also keeping silent as he has vowed to attack the Iran again with greater proportion should they try to retaliate. As two of seemingly the most powerful nations in the world are talking tall, other countries in the world are intuitively taking side. The Middle East up for the West, and so is the seeming third world looming, and we may never get to that. Which side will Nigeria take? What role does the giant of Africa play? The third world war, God forbid, as the reaction of the average Nigerian, they have to do in determining whether or not Nigeria will remain a country. The conquest of war is neither killing nor the captive captured, but the number of territories or area gained or lost to the enemy. War is about winning and tearing down opponents, not about the winner or the loser. If what George Orwell says in his book, the mismanagement of peace by one of the strong armies of Iran, the Shaitan movement and the Brazil war of belief declared by the Boko Haram sect, combined with the interests of the United States of America and Nigeria, being the biggest economy in Africa, made us meet an interesting cocktail. In simple terms, though war is never simple, Nigeria has a big role to play in determining who wins. Africa, apart from the military strength, superiority of the country towers over its neighbors economically, as it's evident by the arbitrating effect the recent border closure had on the border countries. This, coupled with a very good political relationship with the largest economic difference in South Africa, with the citizens may be well and not Africa, which puts Nigeria in a very strong why would Nigeria decide to go to bed with maybe a matter of more complex, that what can I gain interaction? All the parties involved should be ready. The internal struggles from the northern part of the country, though, may serve as a prayer point of the national parties willing to go through the back door to gain of the country. One would thus wonder if partaking in the war is wise for a shaking country like Nigeria, or indeed if partaking is a choice. Let us just hope, pray, that all this remain hypothetical. Firstly, the speech discussing. Let us look at lessons that we can learn from this speech. Firstly, the speech discussing Nigeria's potential role in the fulfillment of the United States drone attack on Ghana and restoring tension. The global impact of the geopolitical event. The speech highlights how the event Whatever issues for me, other part of the country, do wish inside as a prayer for the global impact of geopolitical events. The speech highlights how events in one part of the world can have far-reaching consequences globally. It underscores the interconnectedness of nations and the need for careful consideration of international events. Significance of democracy. The speech emphasizes the importance of democratic effort in solving conflicts and avoiding potential wars. It underscores that diplomatic negotiations with the Nigeria's strategic position. It illustrates Nigeria's unique position as a major actor. The complexity of international alliance. The speech mentioned the complexity of international internal challenges and vulnerabilities. The speech raises concern about Nigeria's internal challenge, including sectoral conflict and insurgents. It reminds us that the need for coalition and prejudice. It underscores the importance of cautious decision-making in times of global tension. Rushed or hasty decision can create lasting consequence. The value of international relations. It underscores the value of maintaining positive relationships with neighboring countries and global powers. Strong diplomatic ties cannot navigate. This underscores the values of maintaining positive relationships with neighboring countries. The role of public. The speech indirectly suggests that the public sentiment and opinion can influence initial decisions. The importance of avoiding conflict. Ultimately, the speech encourages us to hope and pray for peaceful resolution to global conflict. It reminds us that war is a devastating outcome that should be avoided at all costs. Prioritize democracy. Nigeria should actively engage in diplomatic efforts to promote peace resolution to global conflict. This includes participating in international forums and negotiations, as well as Nigeria should enhance cooperation with neighboring African nations to foster regional stability. This would involve collaborative efforts to address common security challenges, promote conflict resolution, invest in security and defense to safeguard its sovereignty and contribution to regional stability. This includes modernizing its military and law enforcement agency. Economic diplomacy. Nigeria should leverage the economic diplomacy. Nigeria should leverage its economic strength to its international position. This involves fostering economic partnership, attracting foreign exchange and promoting economic growth. Engage civic society, promote civil society and organization, think tanks and academia to contribute to inform foreign policy decision and engage in dialogue about environment, advocates for peace. Nigeria should actively advocate for peaceful resolutions, working cooperation and engagement, promote public awareness and engagement on global issues, humanitarian aid and conflict prevention, support humanitarian efforts in conflict-affected regions, and efforts to benefit from refugees. And yes, I have this. International collaboration collaborates with international partners and organizations to address global challenges such as terrorism, climate change, and pandemic, engaging multilateral and amplifying influence at global stage, and international unity and social cohesion. The united and stable Nigeria is better positioned to engage constructively in international affairs, foster inclusivity, ensure that foreign policy decisions take account the diverse perspective and interests of Nigerian citizens, including those from regions and ethnicity or background. So we go to Echoes of Wisdom. Echoes of Wisdom by Roosevelt. Echoes of Wisdom by Roosevelt. Oh, we are at 1/4 of the attempts. We're at 1/4 of the attempts, which means that 3 more of what we have done and we are good to go. We're at 1/4. We've just done 1/4 of the speech marathon. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants and distinguished guests, it is with great honor and anticipation that we gather here today, a platform that celebrates the art of effective communication and the exchange of ideas. As I embark on this journey of intellectual exploration, I invite you to step into the realm of global diplomacy and missionary leadership. Our chosen speech for this event is one that resonates across time and space, delivered by President Delima Rousseff at the 70th section of General Assembly of the United States in September 22nd, 2015. In a world marked by challenges and opportunities, this speech offers us a profound perspective, whether true. It is with great honor and anticipation that we gather here today, a platform that celebrates the art and of effective communication and exchange of ideas. As we embark on this journey of intellectual exploration, I invite you to step into the realm of global democracy and visionary leadership. Our chosen speech for this event is one that Delima Roosevelt at the 70th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations in September 2015. This speech offers us a fair perspective of regional solidarity. The global development and the imperative to address pressing issues with resolute actions. The eloquence of government recently we are noted a unique vintage point from which to consider the history of lessons, the responsibility of an era, and the informative potential of comprehensive transformative medical profession. Let's join us as we dive into the act of this speech, dissecting its lessons and echoing its calls of action and celebrating its wisdom for more just and harmonious world. So, speech, Your Excellencies, Mojins Luktov, President of the 70th General Assembly of the United Nations. Your Excellency, Ban Ki-moon, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency, Head of State, Government and Delegation, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to address the General Assembly in this year when the United Nations celebrates its 70th birthday. Let my first word, Sir President, be to congratulate you on your appointment to preside over this assembly. I reiterate in particular Brazil's support for your effort to adopt measures to strengthen the development agenda of this organization. 70 years have passed since the San Francisco Conference. On that occasion, the international community sought to build a world founded on international laws and peaceful resolutions of conflict. Since then, there has been no sign. Since then, there has been progress and setbacks. The decolonization process has shown notable evolution, as can be seen from composition of its National Assembly. The UN has broadened its initiative, incorporating the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. In other words, the UN matters such as urban challenges, gender issues, or women and girls, and race issues have become a priority. The organization has not had the same success, though in addressing collective security, an issue which was present at the UN origins and which resonates with the center of its operation. The proliferation of the regional conflicts, one without destructive potential, the expansion of terrorism that kills men, women, and other common one cannot be complacent with barbaric acts such as those perpetrated by the so-called Islamic State and other associated gain. This situation explains to a larger extent the refuge crisis that emulated us currently experiencing. A significant portion of the men, women, and children who venture the waters of the Mediterranean and painfully wander along the roads of Europe come from the Middle East and Northern Africa. From countries which have had their state institutions restructured by military action undertaken in contravention of international relations, thereby open space to the proliferation of terrorism. The profound sense of indignation followed by picture of dead Sahara boy on the beaches of Turkey and by the news of the 71 affiliated inside a truck in Austria must be translated into of inequivocal act of practical solidarity. In a world where goods, capital, and ideas be how important they that make us stronger, richer, more diverse, and culturally, socially, and economically. Mr. President, this worrisome backdrop dates that we reflect on the future of the United Nations and requires that we act decisively and swiftly. We need a UN that is capable of promoting sustainable international peace and acting quickly and effectively in situations of crisis, localized regional conflict, and any crimes against humanity. We can no longer delay, for example, the creation of Palestinian states coexisting peacefully and harmonizing with Israel. In the same vein, the expansion of settlement in the occupied territories cannot be tolerated. A comprehensive reform of its structures is paramount in order that country to develop nuclear energy for peaceful purposes and restore the hope of peace for the whole region. In the BRICS, we launched a new development bank which will assist in expanding trade and investment and possibly achieve
only 30% of the wind energy is we intended to focus to ensure a video of 45% of renewable energy sources on our energy mix. We aim at preparing a proposition of 66% of hydropower in our electricity generation and a share of 23% of renewable sources including wind, solar and biomass power. In our society, that will not be there. We aim for proportion of 66% of hydropower in our electricity generation and to a share of 23% of renewable sources including wind, solar and biomass in our electricity output, an increase of about 10% in our electricity efficiency rate, a portion of 16% of extended personal ethanol fuel and other sugar cane derived biomass. Brazil stores we contributed Brazil has stores contributing adversely to this. Our NDC also includes actions to increase the resilience of the environment and to increase the risk associated with negative effects of climate change in the poorest and the most vulnerable population. With an emphasis on gender issues, on workers' rights and on the rights of indigenous, black, black people and traditional communities. We recognize the importance of South-South cooperation on the global effort to counter climate change. I should emphasize the social policies and conditional cash transfer the program has helped little. Besides that, the social policies and conditional cash transfer program helped with over 36 million people out of extreme poverty. Last year, Brazil graduated from the World Map Hunger. This is a testament of the efficiency of our zero hunger policy, which has now become the SDG member 2. With the tradition of low carbon economy, it has become important. It's important to secure dignified and fair conditions for workers. Sustainable development requires us to commit the promotion of decent work and generation of equality work and opportunities. The effort to eradicate poverty and promote development must be collective and global. In my country, though, we know that the end of extreme poverty is only the beginning of a journey of achievement. Mr. President, for a period of 6 years, we sought to keep the impact of the world crisis that emerged in 2008 in the developed world, while impacting our economy more. During these 6 years, we adopted a comprehensive set of measures that lower taxes. The effort has now reached its limit due to both internal fiscal constraints and external conditions. The slow recovery of the world economy and the end of the commodities cycle negatively affected our economic growth, currency devaluation, and a strong reduction of tax revenue, leading to the restrictions on public funds. Nevertheless, Brazil has no serious structural problems. Our problems are conjugation. In the face of that situation, we are rebalancing our target and ambition to reduce poverty and good work. All these initiatives are aimed to recognize the fiscal situation and lower inflation in order to consolidate the macroeconomic stability and increase confidence in the economy. The Brazilian economy is today stranger, more solid and resilient than some years ago. We are harvesting. We find ourselves in a moment of transition, a new outcome. In Brazil, the process of social inclusion has not been interrupted. The hope that the control of inflation as well as the resumption of economic growth and credit will continue towards further expansion, expanding household campaign. There are the basis of this. These are the basis of this new development circle, led by an increase in these are the basis for new development circle led by an increase in productivity and the generation of more investment opportunities for businesses as well as more jobs for citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, our achievements throughout the last few years have been reached in an environment consolidation of our democracy. Send me the coffee. Thanks for the efficiency of our legal system and to the strength of democratic institutions, the functioning of the state is being scrutinized firmly and partially by all the branches and economic institutions to change the chance supervising, investigating and punishing misconduct for crimes. The Brazilian government and the society do not tolerate and will not tolerate corruption. The Brazilian government and people and society do not tolerate and will not tolerate corruption. The Brazilian democracy love struggle, and when the authorities recognize the limits imposed by the law at their own limits, we the Brazilians want a country where the law is in the limit. Many of us fought for this. Honestly, we want a country where rulers become society strictly according to duties without any way of excesses. Without giving way to excesses, where judges judge with freedom and impartialism without any pressure whatsoever and disconnected from political passion, without compromising or presumption of innocence of any citizen. We want a country where the clash of ideas takes place in a civilized and respectful environment. We want a country where freedom of the press is the cornerstone of the freedom of speech and the expression of different positions, a right of which every Brazilian. The sanction of the law must apply to all those who commit excessive acts, bearing in mind the need to uphold the principle of due process. These are the very foundation of our democracy. In this regard, I avail myself the recent statement made by my friend Yusei Mujica, former president of Uganda, whom I quote, "This democracy is not perfect, but we are not perfect. However, we must defend it in order to improve it or bury it." Let it be known that Brazil will keep on following the democratic trail and will not relinquish the achievements on which we have greatly struggled. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate the Brazilian welcomes citizens from around the world with open arms of the 2016 Olympics and Paralympic Games to be held in Rio de Janeiro. This will be a unique opportunity to promote sport as a key tool for peace, social inclusion, and tolerance. In the fight against racial, ethnic, or gender discrimination, and will also be an opportunity to fight to promote the right of inclusion of persons with disabilities. One of the priorities of my government a few days ago, the Moral War and Peace by Brazilian artist Claudio Porteta, dominated by the UN to the UN by the government of my country in 1957, were re-inaugurated here at the United Nations headquarters. These works of art denounce violence and poverty and call upon people of the world to seek understanding. It is a symbol representing the responsibility of the United Nations to prevent armed conflict and promote peace and society justice and the eradication of hunger and poverty. Paul Senior always said that there is no great work art which is not identified by people. The message of the memorials remains valid. It alludes not only to victims of war but to the refugees who risk their own life in fragile boats, as well as to all of the anonymous people who seek in the United Nations protection, peace and well-being. I hope that upon entry of the United States and gazing upon these morals, we may be capable of hearing the voices of people we represent and of working persistently so that their cause and peace for progress and peace and progress may be aided. These were, after all, the ideas which were presented 70 years ago at the foundation of this important accomplishment for humanity, namely the Organization of the United Nations. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you all. President Delisma's speech at the 70th session of the General Assembly of the United States offers several important lessons that are relevant in our understanding for global dynamics, diplomacy, and the challenge facing our world. There are some key lessons that we can learn from the speech. The power of international collaboration. This speech underscores the importance of international cooperation in addressing global challenges. President Roosevelt emphasizes that in a world where goods, capital, data, and ideas importance of international cooperation in addressing global challenges. Professor Roosevelt emphasized that in a world where goods, capital, data, and idea flows freely, impeding the free flow of people is counterproductive. The speech call for a united response to issues such as terrorism, regional conflicts, and environmental crisis. The lessons remind us that a collaborative approach is essential to tackling complex problems that transcend national boundaries. Humanitarian responsibility. The speech highlights the plight of refugees and the humanitarian crisis resulting from conflict and instability. It emphasizes the moral obligation to offer practical solidarity to those affected by violence and displacement. President Roosevelt calls to turn indignation into unequivocal acts of practical solidarity. Reminds us of the importance of empathy and compassion in addressing humanitarian crisis. Advocacy for peace and justice. President Roosevelt calls for the creation of Palestinian state and an emphasis on resolving conflict through peaceful means, underscores the importance of advocating for peace and justice on the international scene. The speech serves as a reminder that the international leaders play a crucial role in promoting dialogue, negotiating, and conflict resolution, sustainable development, and climate action. The speech underscores the need for sustainable development and urgent action to address greenhouse emissions and adopting renewable energy sources during the process, like the critical condition of nations in mitigating environmental changes. This lesson reminds us that the interconnectedness between environmental stability and global well-being, democratic government and anti-corruption efforts. The speech highlights the importance of democratic government and rule of law. President with commitment to fighting corruption and upholding democratic principles serve as a lesson in the necessity of transparent and accountable governance to maintain the trust of citizens and the international community. Inclusivity and social progress. The speech emphasized the importance of inclusivity development that benefits all sectors of society. President mention of social policies and conditional transfer programs in Brazil demonstrate the potential of policies aimed at eradicating poverty and promoting social progress. Importance of diplomacy and multilateralism. The speech takes place at the United Nations, showcasing the significance of multilateral diplomacy in addressing global changes. Highlights the need for a united and effective international platform for dialogue and cooperation. Advancement of human rights. The speech touches upon gender issues, highlighting the importance of promoting the rights of women and girls. President Roosevelt emphasized on gender equality and aligns with the global effort to empower women and ensure their full participation in social, economic, and political sphere. President Dilma Rousseff's speech in the 70th century session of the General Assembly of the United Nations contains a powerful call to action that remains relevant to the challenges of our modern day. Here is how we can translate our message into actionable steps for the present. Promote global solidarity. In a world where division persists, it's essential to heed President Roosevelt's calls of action for global solidarity. Embrace empathy and compassion for those affected by conflict, displacement, and humanitarian program. Support organizations and initiatives that provide practical assistance to refugees and displaced communities. Support peaceful assistance to refugees and displaced communities. Support peaceful conflict resolution. Advocate for diplomatic solutions to regional conflicts. And disputes. Encourage government to prioritize dialogue and negotiation over non-violence. Support organizations and initiatives that promote peace building, meditation, and conflict resolution. Address climate change. President Rousseff commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emission and adopting renewable energy source policies that prioritize clean energy, sustainable development, and environmental conservation. Support initiatives that raise awareness until the urgency of climate action. Address climate change. President Roosevelt's commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emission and adopting renewable energy sources should inspire us to take bold action against climate change. We should all be agents of what? We should all be agents against climate change. we should all be agents against climate change, and that is one very important and critical um, aspect that we should all look into. Climate change. Climate change. Combat corruption. President Roosevelt emphasis on fighting corruption is as relevant today as ever. Call for transparent and accountable governance at all levels. Support anti-corruption initiative. Advocate for strong legal framework and hold leaders accountable for their actions. Promote inclusive government. Strive for inclusive development that leaves no one behind. Advocate for policies that address poverty, equality, social justice. Promote programs that provide opportunities for education, healthcare, and economic advancement. Engage in multilateral diplomacy. Engage with spirit of multilateralism and diplomacy in addressing global challenges. Support international organizations like the United Nations and advocate for the strengthening and reform. Engage in international dialogue and promote cooperation and understanding among nations. Practice responsible citizenship. Recognize your role as a global citizen and the impact your actions can make on your world. Stay informed about global issues. Engage in meaningful conservation and support initiatives that align with values of peace, justice, and sustainability. Prioritize human rights. Uphold the principles of human rights and social justice in your interactions and advocacy attempts. Support organizations that work to protect and promote human rights for all individuals regardless of their background or identity. Encourage government accountability. Hold government accountable, but a commitment to sustainable development participate in civic engagement, demand transparency and use of participate in civic engagement and demand transparency and use your office. No. President Roosevelt speech reaching out reminds us that the challenges faced since the war would not be over. By embracing our call to action and translating it into meaningful steps, we can continue a more equitable and sustainable world in the modern day. In the realm of American political oratory, few names resonate as deeply as that of Bill Clinton. The mastership communicable and still we move to Bill Clinton shaping a stronger tomorrow. Bill Clinton shaping a stronger tomorrow. In the realm of American political oratory, few names resonate as deeply as that of Bill Clinton, a master communicator and a seasoned statesman. Clinton's speech has a unique power to persuade and rally. Among his notable addresses, the 2008 speech to the Democratic National Convention. The Democratic National Convention stands as a testament of his fervent dedication to Democratic Convention, Democratic Party, and his ability to advocate for its principles with eloquence and charisma. They verge during a crucial moment in the political landscape. This speech is now Delivered during a crucial moment in the political landscape, the speech is a searing endorsement of Barack Obama's candidacy for the presidency. It not only showcased Clinton's rhetoric prowess, but also underscores the significance of party unity and shared goal for a stronger party. I am honored here tonight to support Barack Obama to warm up source Democratic National Convention archive. I am honored here tonight to support Barack Obama. I am warmed up I am warmed up and to warm up the crowd for Joe Biden. So, as you will see, it doesn't need any help from me. I love Joe Biden and American will too. What a year! We Democrats, the primary began with what a year we Democrats have had. The primary began with an all-star lineup and came down to two remarkable Americans locked with a hard-fought contest to the very end. The campaign generated so much heat with increased global warming. In the end, my candidate did not win, but I'm very proud of the campaign she ran. She never quit on the people who stood for her. The primary, she never quit on the people she stood up for, in the changes she pushed for, on the future she wants, and for all our children. I am grateful for the chance. I am grateful for the chance Chelsea and I tell Americans about the person we know and love. I am so grateful for the chance in the wake of our magnificent address last night. I will do my best. I told us in no certain terms that she will do anything she can to elect Barack Obama. That makes two of us. Actually, that makes 18 million of us. Because like Ari, I want all of you who supported her to vote for Barack Obama in November. Yes, why? Our nation is in trouble in two fronts. The American dream is under siege at home. The American leadership in the world has been weakened. Middle class and low income Americans are hurting, and with incomes declining, job losses, poverty and inequity rises, mortgage forecast and credit card debt is increasing. Healthcare coverage is appearing, and a big spike in the cost of food, utilities and gasoline. Our position in the world has been weakened by too much unilateralism and too little cooperation. A perilous dependence on independent oil, a refusal to lead on global warming, a growing indebtedness and a dependence on foreign lenders, a severely dependent military, a backsliding on global non-proliferation and arms control agreement, and a failure to consistently use the power of diplomacy from the Middle East to Africa to Latin America to cultural Eastern Europe. Clearly, the job of the next president is to rebuild the American dream and restore American standing in the law. Everything I learned in my 8 years as president, in the work I have done, I have seen in America across the globe, I am convinced that Barack Obama is the man for this job. He has remarkable ability to inspire people, to raise their hope, and to rally us with high purpose. He has the intelligence and curiosity every successful president needs. His policies in the economic tax, health, and energy are far superior to the Republican alternative. He has shown a clear glimpse of our foreign policy and national security challenges and a firm commitment to repair our badly stained military. He has his family heritage and his life experiences have given him a unique capacity to lead our increasingly diverse nation and to restore our leadership to an ever more independent world. The long, hard primary lead test and strengthened him. And in the first presidential decision, the selection of a running mate, he hit it out of the park. With geopolitical experience and wisdom, supporting black, proving understanding sight and good listening, Americans will have the national security leadership we need. Barack Obama is ready to lead America and to restore American leadership to the world, ready to preserve, protect, and defy the construction of the United States. Barack Obama is ready to be President of the United States. He will work for an America with more partners and fewer adversaries. He will rebuild our frayed alliance and revisit and revitalize the international institutions which help to share the cost of the people's problem and to leverage our power and aid and influence. He will put us back in the forefront of the world fight to reduce nuclear, chemical, and botanical weapons, and will not It will not put us back in the foremost of the world's slightest will not put us back in the forefront of the world fight to reduce nuclear, chemical, and biological wars, to stop global warming. It will continue to charge our nation's national leadership in areas in which I am deeply involved. The fight against AIDS, TB, and malaria, including a renewal of battle against HIV here at home. We will choose diplomacy first and military force as the last resort. But in a world troubled by terror, by trafficking in weapons, drugs, and people, human rights abuses, by other threats to our security, our interests, our values, which we cannot convert adversaries into partners, we will stand up. Barack Obama will not allow the world problems to obscure his opportunities. Everywhere, in rich and poor countries alike, hardworking people with good jobs, secure, affordable health education, health care, drink and energy, food, quality education for their children, economic beneficial ways to fight global warming. These challenges cry out for American ideas and American innovation. When Barack Obama unleashes them, America will save lives, will live with new allies, open new markets, and create new jobs for our people. Most important, Barack Obama knows that America cannot be strong abroad unless they are strong at home. Build our food. Abraham will not allow the world. Okay. Look at the examples of most important. Obama knows what that Americans cannot be strong abroad unless they are strong at home. People the world always have People the world have people the world over have always been more impressed by the power of our example than by the example of our power. Look at the examples of Republicans who said American workers have given us consistently raising productivity. They have worked harder and produced more, but what did they get in return? Declining wages, least less than one quarter of many new jobs, as in the provision 8 years. Smaller healthcare and pension benefits, rising storage, and the biggest increase in declining wages, at less than one quarter of many new jobs, as in the previous 8 years. Smaller healthcare and pension benefits, rising poverty, and biggest increase in income equality since the 1920s. American families by the millions are struggling with soaring health care and declining coverage. I will never forget the parents of children with autism and other severe conditions who told me on the never forget the parent of the children with autism and other severe conditions who told me on the campaign trail that she couldn't afford health care and couldn't qualify her kids for medical unless she buy a phone. I will not forget the parents of children with autism with several conditions who told me that on the campaign day that they couldn't afford health care and could not qualify their kids for med card unless they quit work or get a divorce. Are these the family values the Republicans are so proud of? What about the military families? What about the military families pushed to the breaking point by unprecedented multiple deployment? What about the assault on science? What about the assault on science and defense policy? Americans are do better than that. And Barack Obama will be. The choice is clear. The Republicans will nominate a good person who served our country heroically and suffered terribly in Vietnam. He lost our country. He lost our country every bit as much as we all do. As a senator, he has shown his independence on several issues, but in the last the choice is clear. The Republicans will nominate a good man who served our country heroically and suffered terribly in Vietnam. He loves our country even every bit as much as we do. As a senator, he has shown his independence on several issues and how to restore American leadership in the world. He still embraces the same extreme principle which has defined his party and more than 25 years, a policy that we never have a real chance to see in action until 2001 when the Republicans started gaining control of both the White House and Congress. Then we saw what happened to America. If the policies they talked about for decades were implemented, they took us from record surplus to an exploding national debt, from over 222 million new jobs down to 5 million. So from an increase in working family incomes of 7,500 to a decline of more than 2 months. It took us from local supplies to an exploding national debt, from over 22 million new jobs down to 5 million. from 8 million American moved out of poverty to more than 5.2 million falling into poverty. Now, in spite of all the evidences, the candidate promising more of the same, even tax cut of the weakest, Americans will share the deficit, increase inequality and weaken the economy. More band aids that will enrich the insurance policy, improvise families, and increase the number of soon. Not going it alone, instead of building the shared responsibility and shared opportunities necessary to advance our security and restore our influence. They clearly want us to reward them for the last 8 years by giving them 4 more. Let's send them a message that will echo from the Rockies all across America. Thanks, but no thanks. In this case, the third time is not the charm. Our fellow Democrats, 10 years ago, we gave you the profound hero. We gave the profound honor to lead our party to victory, to lead our nation to a new era and peace and broadly shared prosperity. Together we prevailed in a campaign in which the Republicans said I was too young and too inexperienced to be a commander-in-chief. Sounds familiar. It didn't work in 1992 because we were on the right side of history, and it won't work in 2018 because Obama was on the right side of history. His life and the 21st century. His life is a 21st century incarnation of the American dream. His achievements are proof of our continued progress towards the more perfect union of our father's dream. The value of freedom and equitable opportunities, which have given him his historic chance to drive him as president and give all Americans, regardless of race, religion, gender, sex, orientation, or disability, their chance to build a decent life and to show humanity as well as our strength in the world. You can see the humanity, the strength in our future in Black and Michelle Obama and their beautiful children. You see them reinforced by the partnership with Joe Biden, his wife, Jew, dedicated teacher, and their family. Barack Obama will lead us away from division and fear of last 8 years back to unity and hope. If, like me, you still believe America will always be a place called hope, then join Hillary, Chelsea, and me in making Senator Barack Obama the next president of the United States. Bill Clinton turned out his speech to the Democratic National Convention offers certain valuable lessons, the power of unity. Bill Clinton emphasized the importance of a united Democratic Party. He urged every Democrat to put aside every differences and come together for the better good of the country. In today's polarized political climate, these lessons remain relevant, and the ability to find common ground and work towards a shared vision is essential. Effective communication. Clinton's speech is a masterpiece of effective communication. He used clear language, compelling antecedents, and well-structured argument to convey his point. He emphasized on fact and well-structured argument to convey his point. He emphasized on fact and dominating of counter-argument, while highlighting the significance of truth. truth. Number one, appealing to hope and aspiration. Clinton appealed to the hope and aspirations of the American people. He discussed the American people dream and how it was criticizing with respect. Why Clinton criticized, he said so with respect and without personal attacks. He focused on policy differences and accomplishments. Daily a more dignified and respectful way of criticizing political opponents. Connecting on the personal level. Clinton's charisma shot at the first fact. Clinton's charisma shows as he connected with the audience on a personal level. He shared stories about individuals. This offers a lesson in building emotional connections with the audience. Addressing economic issues, the speech tackled economic issues and proposed solutions. Mikiti discussed the importance of job creation, health reforms, and tax policies. In today's economic uncertain times, addressing these issues with well thought out plan remains a crucial section. Speaking to the next generation, Mikiti spoke about the legitimacy and opportunities to live for future generations. The perspective encourages thinking beyond short-term gains and considers the life the role of experience. Clinton vouched for Obama, willingness, but Clinton vouched for the role of experience. Clinton vouched for Obama's readiness for the presidency based on his own experience. This highlights the importance of experience and mentorship in leadership decision making. Optimism and exhibit optimism this sense of resilience and hope is a sin on maintaining a positive outlook even in trying times. Joy inspiration from Bill Gates. 2008 speech of the Democratic National Convention. There are several compelling calls of action that remain relevant in today's world. Bridge the divide. In times of political polarization, the call to action is to bridge the divide that separates black and white. Encourage informed citizenship. Engage in support economic opportunity. The speech highlighted the need for economic policies that create opportunities for all. The call to action is to advocate for and support initiatives that promote growth, affordable education, and economic opportunities, ensuring that prosperity is accessible to all. Advocate for healthcare access. Listen for change. Why not central theme of the speech? The urgency of addressing climate change is a modern day point of action. Testing address climate change. Why not promote unity and empower the youth? Because spoke about leaving the legacy for the next generation. Should call, the call to action is actively motive, support, and involve young people to shaping the future, value their voices and ideas as catalysts. Defend democracy. The speech and the speech underlying action of the issue. This involves staying involved about political by maintaining a positive outlook and progressing in the pursuit of a better society. We can overcome obstacles and create a better future. Take personal responsibility. Building on Clayton's address, a call to action is for each individual to take personal responsibility by aiding this cause of action inspired by the Clayton's personal speech. We can uphold the moral values of democracy, informed equality, and rediscovering Oprah Winfrey Golden Globes acceptance speech. Rediscovering Oprah Winfrey Golden Globes acceptance speech. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and advocates of change, let us continue in this extraordinary journey of inspiration and empowerment in the art of the From Word to Word Record Speech Marathon, where the theme echoes with the resounding power of voices of change. We are honored to revisit a transformative moment that encompasses the essence of this endeavor. Prepare to immerse yourself once more in the proceed. We are honored to revisit the transformative moment that encompasses the essence of this endeavor. Please prepare to immerse yourself once more to the profound words of Oprah Winfrey, a beacon of strength, relentless, and activism. As we dive into Oprah's unforgettable Golden Globes, join us as we realize this extraordinary address, a testament of the Join us as we relive the extraordinary address, a testament of unwavering strength of humanity, collective voice, and ability to forge a path towards a better world. Source USA Today. Thank you all. Okay. Thank you all. Okay, thank you all. In 1954, I was a little girl sitting on the Lipian floor of my mother's house in Milwaukee, watching Anna Brancos present the Oscar for Best Actor in at the 38th academic award. She opened the envelope and said 5 words that literally made history. The winner is Sudden Potter. Up to the stage came the most elegant man I have ever seen. I remember his tie was white and of course his skin was black, and I have never seen a black man be celebrated like that. I tried many times to explain what a moment like that meant to a little girl, a kid watching from the first deep seat as my mother came to the door bone tied from the closing around people's houses. But all I could do is quote and see their explanation in the Sadine's performance in It and Feed. Amen, amen. In 1982, Sadine the received the CCB, their main award right here in the Golden Cross. And it is not lost to me that at this moment there are some little girl watching as I become the first black man to be given the same award. It is an honor and it is a privilege to share the evening with all of them and also with justification. Shared very well of them and also with the radical men and women who inspired me, who challenged me, who sustained me and made my journey to the stage possible. Then is chance who took a chance on me for the AF Chicago. Mr. Jones, who saw me on that snow and said to something second. Yes. She is suffering the color purple. Never really listen to the English now. Yes, yes. I'd like to thank the Hollywood Foreign Press Association because we all know the press is under siege these days, but we also know that it is the insustainable dedication to covering the absolute truth that keeps us from turning a blind eye to corruption and injustice, to trans and victims and secrets and lies. I want to say that I value the press more than ever before as we try to investigate this complicated time, which brings me to this. What I know for sure is that speaking our truth is the most powerful tool we have. I want to know for sure that speaking our truth is the most powerful tool we have, and I'm especially proud and inspired by all the women who have felt strong enough and empowered enough to speak up and share their personal stories. And empowered enough to speak up and share their personal stories. Each of them in this room are celebrated because of these stories that they tell, and this year they become the story. But it is not just a story affecting the entertainment industry, it is one that transcends any culture, geography, race, politics, or workplace. So I want tonight to express gratitude to all women who have endured years of abuse and assault because they, like my mother, had children to feed, disciplines, and dreams to pursue. They are the women whose names were never known, like the rest of us. So I want to express my gratitude to all of you. They are the women whose names we have never known. They are domestic workers and farm workers. They are working in the engineering and medicine and science. They are part of the world of tech and politics and business. These are artists in the Olympics and soldiers in the military. And there is someone else, Tracy Taylor, a name I know, and I think she should know too. In 4, Tracy Taylor was a young wife and mother. She has been working home from a church service. She attended Abbey Island when she was arrested by 6 armed men and raped and left behind by the side of the road coming home from church. The church still laughed if she ever told anyone the story. But she the NAACP, where a young worker by the name of Rosa Parks became the investigator of a case. They sought justice, but justice wasn't an option in the era of Jim Crow. The men who tried to destroy her were never prosecuted. Resita died 10 days ago, just shy of her 98th birthday. She lived as well as we all live, too many years in a culture broken by brutally powerful men. For too long, women have not been earned or broken or believing they had dared to speak the truth. Their truth in the power of those men, but their time is up. But their time is up. And I just hope that Tracy Taylor died knowing that her truth, like the truth of many other women who were tormented in those years, who were now are not tormented by machine scientifics. And it was somewhat a Russell speaks out almost 11 years after she decided to stay sit in that bus Melbourne, and it's there every man who chooses to sit, and every man who chooses to listen. In my career, what I've always tried my best to do, whether in television or on video, I have interviewed and portrayed people who told some of the ugliest things life had thrown at you, but the more quality for them seemed to share his ability to maintain hope and pride of the morning, even during the darkest hour. So, I want all girls watching here and now know that a new day is on the horizon. And when a new day finally comes, it will be because of a lot of magnificent women, many of whom are right there in this room tonight. Some pretty phenomenal men fighting hard to make sure that they become the leaders who take us to the time when nobody has to say me too again. Thank you. Oprah Winfrey Globe's acceptance speech delivers a word of present lesson that continues to resurrect and inspire the power of representation. Oprah's recollection of Washington Potter's historic Oscar win emphasizes the profound impact of representation and can be marginalized and can have a marginalized community. He underscores the importance of diverse role models and need to celebrate accomplishment. Speaking truth to power. Oprah emphasized that speaking one's truth is essential tool for change. In a world where corruption and injustice persist, honesty and transparency remain vital in challenging the status quo. In a world where corruption and injustice persist, honesty and transparency remain vital in challenging the status quo. Unity in diversity. The speech underscores the struggle for gender equality and justice transcends cultural, geographical, racial, and economic boundaries. It serves as a reminder that a united front is essential in achieving lasting change. At light on heard stories of injustice and abuse, the level here is to amplify the voice of injustice and abuse. And those who have been silent and marginalized acknowledging their pain and relentless. Coming in the face of harassment, the story of resistance and others, I like for it there to confront systemic injustice and powerful oppressors. The lesson is to persist even in the face of overwhelming odds. To pursue The pursuit is to persist even in the face of overwhelming odds in pursuit of justice and equality. Empowerment through empathy offers us to action to say, me too, create a sense of shared empathy and solidarity. It shows that individuals, regardless of their status, can stand together to challenge the norms that perpetrate abuse and their harassment. Hope and resilience. This message of hope and the metaphor in new day in the horizon resonates deeply. It reminds me acknowledging alliance. Gratitude towards those who supported our journey highlights the importance of alliance in affecting change. Recognize those who challenge, sustain, and uphold us. Inspiration to career focus on sharing authentic stories reminds us of the power of storytelling to evoke emotion, provide understanding, and bring perception. It underscores the roles of the media in shaping cultural speech concludes with a call to action, encouraging women and men to become leaders who can create a world continue speaking of Upper Rufus' powerful golden word. Acceptance speech still holds a present call to action that resonates strongly in the modern world. Continue speaking the truth in an era where support as important as ever. Gender equality, racial justice, and social equality are interconnected struggles. By collaborating across lines of differences, we can build a stronger, more inclusive world. Advocate for systemic change as the end Me Too. Advocate for systemic change as the Me Too movement and movement of systemic change supports organization policies and initiates that aim to address the root cause of inequalities and injustice. Empower through empathy. Empower through empathy. The Me Too movement is about the solidarity and empowerment, the personal and professional interaction. Create safe space where individuals can share their experiences without fear, judgment, or appreciation. Show empathy and be highly. Celebrate progress, acknowledge work ahead, celebrate strides that have been made in terms of gender equality. Invest in education and media, just as also emphasize the role storytelling. Invest in media that hold leaders accountable. Hold leaders accountable. Be a catalyst for change. Each individual has the power to be a catalyst for change within their sphere of influence, whether it is your workplace, community, or online platform. Use your voice and action to promote positive change and challenge criminal practices. Relent, relentless, and action. Lastly, embrace the message of hope and resilience. Recognize that change takes time, but commit to it. Channel your passion to meaningful actions that contribute to a more just and equitable world. Incorporating these lessons from open speech into modern day effort can create a ripple effect of positive change that resonates across communities and generations. John Wooden, difference between winning and succeeding. John Wooden, difference between winning and succeeding. Being addressed by John Wooden, an iconic football and educator. Define notions of successes through arguments and time. Wooden shares that exceeds far beyond more achievements as we dive into this world. Okay. Let me go on a short break. I don't know where my back is. The Difference Between Winning and Succeeding, John Wooden. This speech follows a timeless and thought-provoking address by John Wooden, an iconic basketball coach and educator in this discourse. Wooden reflects upon his journey as a teacher and mentor, recounting the pivotal moments that led him to redefine the conventional notions of success through anecdotes and insights gleaned from his expertise. Wooden shares a profound and alternative definition to success that extends far beyond mere achievement. As we dive into his words, we will discover a perspective that emphasizes the importance of personal growth, ethical conduct, and the pursuit of one's best self. Prepare to be inspired by the wisdom of the man who dedicated his life to guiding others towards a fulfilling and meaningful experience. I coined my own definition of success in 1934 when I was teaching an high school in South Bend, Indiana. Being a little bit disappointed and delusioned perhaps by the way the parents of the youngsters of my English class mentioned, my English class expected their youngsters to get an A or a B. They thought the A was alright for the neighbors' children, but they were all average, but they weren't satisfied when their own. It would make the teacher feel like they had failed or the youngster had failed. And that is not right. The good Lord in this infinite wisdom does not create us all equal or as far as intelligence is concerned, any more than we are equals of size and appearances. Not everybody will earn an A or a B. I don't like that way of judging, and I don't know how the alumni of various schools back in the 30s judge coaches and athletic teams. If you won them all, you are considered to be reasonably successful, not completely. Because I found out we had a number of years of the UCLA where we didn't lose a game, but it seems that we didn't win each individual game by the margin that some of our alumni had predicted. The margin was, and quite frequently I had felt that they had backed up their prediction in a more materialistic manner. But that was true back in the 30s, as I understood that. But I did not like it. I did not agree with it. I wanted to come out with something I hope could make me a better teacher. I may give the youngsters under my supervision to be athletes or English classroom, something to which aspire other than just higher marks in the classroom or points to some active contest. I thought about that for quite a while, and wanted to come up with my own definition. I thought that may help, and I knew how Mr. Webster defined it, and the accumulation of material possession or the attainment of position of the power of wealth and so. I know that might help, and I know that Mr. Webster defined it as something worthy accomplishment, perhaps. What, in my opinion, not necessarily indicates success. So I wanted to come up with my own, something of my own, and I recall I was raised on a small farm. And before I was raised in a small I was raised in a small farm in southern. Yeah, dad tried to teach me my mother that you should never try to think by yourself. I'm sure that the time didn't I didn't it didn't well. So I guess in the hidden recess of the moon my next destiny. Yeah. Never cease trying to be the best you can be. That's under your control. If you get so engrossed and involved and confined in regards to things over which you have no control, it will absolutely affect things over which you have control. Then I ran across the simple over what then I ran across this simple verse that said, "Our God puts two to converse and a poor which is Prince of Peace attained only recent meditation." If you make the effort to do the best of which you are capable, from those things and one other perhaps, I found my own definition of success, which is peace of mind attained only through self. Peace of mind attained only through self-satisfaction and if you make the effort to do the best of which you are capable, try to improve the situation that exists for you, I think that's success. I don't think others can judge that. It's like character and reputation. Reputation is what things. What you I think that is you. I think that character is much more important than what you are perceived to be. It hope that both be good, but they won't necessarily be the same. Well, that's my idea that I'm going to try to get across to the youngsters I ran across other times. I love to teach, and that was mentioned. I love to teach, and it was mentioned by the previous speaker that I enjoy poetry, and I dabbled in it a bit, and I love it. There are some things that help me think. I'd like to teach and also mention, and also it was mentioned by the previous speaker that I enjoy poetry and dabble in it. There are some things that help me. I think I'll be better than I would have been. I know I'm not ought to be not where I have to be. What I should be, but I think I'm better than I would have been if I had run across certain times. One was just a little verse that says, "No written sword, no spoken plea can teach your youth what they should be, nor all the roots of the church. What teachers are themselves." It's what teachers are themselves. That made an impression in me in this community. That made an impression on me in this. It is I am try to use that more or less in my teaching, whether it's in sport or whether it is in musical stream. Try to use that more or less in the teaching, whether it's in sport or I like poetry and always had the interest in drama. Maybe it's because I love you so. Yeah. We didn't have security in our classroom, and that would read poetry to us. So I always liked it. And about the same time, I ran across one verse. I ran across another one. Someone asked a lady teacher, why? But then time I ran across them, yes, I ran across another one. Someone asked a lady teacher why she taught, and sometimes she said, no, no. I teach and I reply, but you know, yes, sit a statesman, strong upright wife, another one. There sits a statesman, strong umbers, wise, another David Webster state tongue. A doctor sits beside him, whose quick, steady hands may mend a bone or stir the life blood flow. And there the builder upward rise the ark of the church he builds, wherein that ministers may speak the word of God and lead a stumbling block to not to fight. And all about a devil and teacher. And all about the rising of teachers, farmers, merchants, laborers, those who work and vote and build a plan and pray into the great tomorrow. And I must say, I may not see the church or hear the word, eat the food in the hand may grow, but yet again I may, and later I may say I knew him once. But then he was a boy. They asked me why I teach, and I replied, where would I find such splendid company? And I believe the teaching profession, it's true. You may have so many youngsters, and I've got to think of my youngsters in the UCLA or 13 some at Anthony, 11 dentists and doctors. I've always tried to make the youngster feel that they were to get an education. Number one, basketball was number two because I was paying their way. They didn't need a little bit of education. But if you let social, so it was the idea that I tried to get across to this youngster under my supervision. I had 3 rules, pretty much, that I stuck with practically all the time. And then this pilot coming to use today, and they were very important. Never be late. Later, on one particular what are you? If we were living for somewhat had to be neat and clean. There was a time where I made them wear jackets and shirts and ties. And I saw a counselor coming to school in 10 minutes and talking and thought, is it not right for me to take this around? No. So I let them just, they asked to be neat and nice. I asked one of my greatest players that you probably heard of, Bill Watson. He came to catch the bus, realizing for somewhere to play and he wasn't seeing so I wouldn't let him go. He couldn't get on the bus, but he had to go home and get clean to get to the airport. So I hired a sister for that. I believe in what I believe on time, very important. I believe you should be on time, but I felt at practice, for example, we start on time, we close on time. The young man didn't have to feel that we were going to keep them over. When I speak at coaching clinics, I often tell my young coaches, and when I speak at coaching clinics, I often tell my young staff, most of them are, so I didn't believe on time. I believe starting on time, and I believe closing on time. And another thing I had was not one word of prophecy, one word of profanity, and you're out of here for the day. You see it in a game, you're going on. And the third one was never criticize a teammate. I didn't want to. I didn't want that I used to tell them I was paid to do that. That's my job. I'm paid to do it. Pitifully poor, but I am paid to do it. Not like the coaches today. For gracious sake, no. It's the little defect that the source of my idea. Those were three times. These were the three things that stuck with pretty close all the time, and this actually came from my dad. That's what he tried to teach me and my brothers at one time. To go on, but that helped me think. I became a better teacher. It's something like this. I had blocks in the pyramid and cornerstones, be industrious and enthusiasm, working hard and enjoying what you are doing, coming out to the apex according to the definition of success, and right at the top, faith and patience. And so to you, whatever you are doing, you must be patient. You have to be patient too. You want things to happen. You talk about your useful, our youth being impatient a lot, and yeah, just to change. They want to change everything. They just need. And as we get a little older, we start to let things go and we forget there is no progress without change. So we must ask change. Not just give it the word. So we must be patient and believe that, not just give not just give the word. Not just giving it the word service, believe that things will work out as they should, providing we do what we should. I think our tendency is to hope things will turn around. We want them too much of the time, but we don't do the things that are necessary to keep them. Things become reality and work in this year. But it's another but I think our tendency is to keep hope things to turn out the way we want them too much of the time, but we don't but but we don't do the things that are necessary to make those days become reality. I work on this for some time, 14 years, and I think it helped me become a better teacher, but it also revolved around the original definition of success. You know, a number of years ago, there was a Major League Basketball umpire by the name George Mutarati. He spelled Mutarati with one word I. I did never seen that before, but he did. Big basketball players, they are very pacifist about those things. They notice he had only one I in his name. You'll be surprised how many also told him that that was one more that he had in his head at various times. But I wrote something there. I wrote something where I think I did. What I tried to do in this pyramid, I called it the road ahead or the road behind. And it insists the only reason we can't win is the faith themselves, and it says sometimes I think the faith must go as we denounce them, and it is the only reason we can't win. In the first year we are yet there lies on ancient claims we win or lose within ourselves. The shiny trophies in our shelves can never win tomorrow's game. You and I know deep down that it's always a chance to win there's always a chance to win the car. But when we fail or give up our best, we simply do not meet the test of giving all or saving none until the game is actually won, or showing what it is meant to be, of playing through when others quit, of playing through not letting up, of playing when others, of bearing down that wins the cup, of dreaming there is a goal ahead, of hoping when our dreams are dead, of praying when our hopes are filled, yet losing not afraid to fail. If bravely we have been giving all, if for who can ask more of a man than giving all within his span? Giving all, it seems to me, is not so much, is not so far from victory. And as to the faith, as Sodom wrong, no matter how they twist and wind, it's for you and I who make our faith. We open up or close the gate on the road ahead or the road behind. Remind us of another set of trees that might try to get across to us. Don't whine, don't complain, don't make excuses, just get out of there. Whatever you are doing, do it to the best of your ability. I know what we'll be able to do more than that. I try to get across too. My opponents will tell you, I've never heard me, you never heard me mention winning. Never mention winning. My idea is that you can lose. You can lose when you outcome, when you outcome somebody in a game. You can win when you are outscored. You can lose when you are some. I have felt that way on certain occasions at various times. And I just wanted them to be able to hold that in their head. That's what really matters. If you make an effort to do your best, you can regularly, the results will be about what they should be, not necessarily what you want them to be, but they will be what it should be. Only you will know whether you can do it, and that's what I wanted from them more than anything else. And as time went by, I learned more about other things. I think it worked a little better as far as the result, but I wanted the score of a game to be the byproduct of other things and not the end game itself. And I think it worked a little, but I wanted the score of a game to be the byproduct of other things, not the end itself. I believe it was one great philosopher who said, no, Kravitz said, the journey is better than the end. I think that's it. It's getting there. Sometimes when you get there, there's almost a letdown, but it's the getting there. It's the getting there that's fun. A basketball coach at UCL, I like our practice to be the game. And the game being the end, and the end result, I like to go up and sit and stand and watch the players play and see whether I've done this job during the week. Yes, again, there again is getting the players to get the self-satisfaction in knowing that they will have made efforts to do best of which they are able. Sometimes I ask them who was the best player I had or the best thing. I can never answer that. As far as the individuals are concerned, this was the best thing. I can never answer that. As far as the individuals are concerned, I was asked one time about that, and they said, suppose that you in some way could make the perfect player, what do you want? And I said, well, I wanted to know that why he was at UCL to get an education. He was a good student. He really knew why he was there, and he really knew why he was there in the first place. But I want one that could play too. I want one to realize that defense usually wins championship, and who will work hard in defense, but I don't want one to play. I want one who would play offensive too. I want him to be unselfish and look for passes first. I want to let him at any time, and I want a black. I had some that could and wouldn't, and I've had some that would and could. So yeah, I want that, and I wanted them to be able to shoot from the outside. I wanted them to be good inside too. I wanted them to be able to rebound as well as both ends too. Why not take someone like Kent Wood and let it go at that? He had qualification. Not the only one, but it was one I used in that particular category I mentioned in my book. They called me coach. Two players that gave me great satisfaction that came so close as I think anyone I need reach there. And when I saw them as freshmen in our freshman team, freshmen couldn't play varsity when I thought, oh, gracious, if these two players, either one of them, they were different, yes. But I thought about each one of them. And you know, one of them was a starting player for a season and a half, and the other one, next year, played 32 minutes in the national championship game, did a tremendous job for us. Next year was starting player in the national championship team, and yeah, I thought he'd never play in Monday when he was there. No. neither one of us, neither one of those youngsters could really shoot well, but they had outstanding shooting percentage because they didn't force it, and neither one could jump well, but they kept good position, and so they did well soundly. Neither, well, and they remember that every shot that is taken, they assume they will miss, and I have had so many stand and I want to see if it means. Then it will go, and then it will go, and as they played, I have so many stands and see if it means, then to go, and it's too late. Somebody else is there ahead of them. They weren't very good, but they played good position, kept in balances, and so they played pretty good defense for us. So there are qualities that they came close to, and as close as to reaching possibly their full extension. So I consider them to be as successful as Lewis Answer or Bill Weston or many of the others who had there some outstanding players. Have I rambled enough? I was told that when he makes his appearance, I was supposed to shut up. John Wooden's speech imparts several various lessons that are relevant across aspects of life. Number one, some key lessons include redefining success. Wooden challenges the conventional definition of success as more than accomplishment or material gain. It introduces the idea success is achieving peace of mind through self-satisfaction in knowing that you have given your best to the effort. Success is when you are satisfied with everything that you have, according to Wooden. It's not by just material things, not by getting what you want. It is by you being satisfied, you having that peace of mind within you. Character and conduct. Wooden emphasize the importance of character over reputation. In the first prayer to prioritize their inner qualities and principles. You know, he was a man of character. You must be clean, you must not be late, you must not abuse your teammates. So these are one of the things that you impose on the students. Emphasis on effort and learning. Wooden underscores the value of industrious work ethics. Being ethical, treating others with respect are fundamental aspect of success. Emphasis on effort and learning. Wooden underscores the values of industriousness and enthusiasm in endeavors. He advocates for a strong work ethic and willingness to learn from the pursuit of constant improvement. Embracing challenges, setbacks, and opportunities for growth is essential for personal development. Patience and faith. Expressing the significance of patience and faith in achieving long-term goals, it suggested that true progress and success require long-term and consistent effort, believing in onset, teamwork and unselfishness. Drawing from his coaching experience, Woody promises virtue of teamwork and unselfishness. He encourages individuals to prioritize their team aim and not themselves. Positive habits and discipline. Wooden's pyramid of success aligns essential qualities and habits for personal and collective excellence. Reliance, resilience. Wooden shares stories of whom surpass expectation by staying resilient and determined. His antidote underscores the power of persistence and ability to bounce back from setback. Focus on the journey. Wooden emphasizes emphasizes that the process or the journey is more important than the end result, taking pressure in the pursuit of excellence, showing up constantly and enjoying the process of improvement are key to sustainable and winning success. Mindset and attitude. Wooden focus on maintaining a positive attitude even in the face of adversity highlights the importance of mindset, developing highlighting the importance of mindset, developing a resilient and optimistic outlook can have profound impact on one's approach challenges and ultimately achieve success. Lifelong learning. Wooden's commitment to personal growth and his interest to poetry illustrates the importance of having been a long life learner. He encourages individuals to consciously seek knowledge, embrace new experience and find inspiration from various sources. Here are some of the actionable takeaways from John Wooden's speech can be applied to the modern day. They validates the definition of success, which challenges us to redefine success beyond external accolades. In the modern era, we can tell a shift from pushing superficial makers of success, such as social media likes or material words, to meaningful relationships and contributions to society as indicators of success. Focus on continuous improvement. Call of action from John Wooden revalidates evaluate the definition of success. What does success mean? Re-evaluate it. Is success not about you have this, you have that, you have this, you have that? No, according to John Wooden, success should be when you are satisfied and you are happy with yourself. You are sure that you have done what you are expected to do. That is what success is supposed to be for you. Focus on continuous improvement. Continuous improvement. Continuous improvement. Wooden's emphasis focus on continuous improvement. Wooden's emphasis on constant learning and improvement is more relevant. Is Cheta mentioned that Wooden relevance. Cheta mentioned that Wooden emphasis on constant. We should actively seek opportunities, whether through education, skill development, or adapting to new technologies. We should actively seek opportunities for growth, whether through education, skill development, or the new technology. Prioritize charter integrity. We must prioritize charter integrity. The action is to uphold integrity both in our personal lives and in our relationship with global communities. At all times, must prioritize integrity. Integrity is the bedrock of whatever we want to do as individuals. Then we must embrace unselfless and think. We must be selfless. We must embrace teamwork. Whatever we do, we must not take ourselves first. It's like cause of action from John Wooden that we can apply in our life. If you want to live a better life, it has to be defined by the kind of moral standard that we place ourselves upon. It will be defined by our life. And so you are saying that we should have make be our word, define what we call success, and we should also be selfless. To be selfless, to be a person of integrity. How much can people trust you? You should be a person of teamwork. You should be a team player. You should know how to work with the team. Their patience and relentless. You should be patient and relentless. You should be patient. You should be patient and relentless. Then value the journey as the destination. You value the journey as much as destination. Promote positive leadership. Positive leadership. Cultivate a positive attitude. Also, cultivate positive attitude. Positive attitude. Cultivate positive attitude. Positive attitude. Set meaningful goals. To set meaningful goals to yourself and providing the success of Christ Jesus. Transforming the food system. Transforming food system. Youth innovation for human and parliamentary health. Let me use phone to do this video. Transforming food system. Transforming youth system. Youth innovation for human and planetary health by engineer Mrs. Fumilayo Waheed Adejoke, also known as Fumi Aike. Transforming food system. Youth innovations for human aid planetary health by engineer Mrs. Fumilayo Waheed Adejoke, also known as Fumi Aike. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and all the guests, it is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as we embark on a remarkable intellectual journey. Our gathering marks a pivotal moment in our pursuit of knowledge, understanding and progress. In the next chapter of this speech marathon, we are going to dive into a discourse that transcends boundaries and resonates deeply with the challenges and opportunities of our time. At the heart of our discussion lies the topic of profound significance: youth engagement in transforming food system by human planetary health. Through the words of Ambassador Engineer Dr. Fumilayo Waheed Aike, a visionary and accomplished leader who would unravel the intricate connections between food system and the well-being of our planet. Without fear, so without further ado, let us embark on this enlightening journey of ideas, insights, and inspiration guided by the wisdom of expertise encapsulated with the impactful speech protocol. The chairperson of this occasion, all important dignitaries, all invited guests, gentlemen and the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. For multiple reasons, youth is an important demographic in development. First and foremost, today's youth generation is the largest in history. From development prospect, today's youth graduation generation is in the fourth line. It has come to cope with the effects of environmental climate change, which are likely to accelerate and intensify during their lifetime and also those of their children. The unfolding life history of this generation and their offspring will both track and strongly influence the revolutionary economic, social, and political development over the coming decade. Their life will reflect humanity's success or failure in moving towards more economically sustainable and socially stable development. Our aim is to understand better how development and policymakers might make dimension and direction of policy and practice related to food system that are specific to youth or that may affect youth. We are interested in youth as stakeholders of food system and special agents of change. How do young people engage in food system? What are the implications of their varieties of in food principle? And this for their families and dependents, for their communities, societies, or for food systems and for sustainable development. The waste food is currently produced, processed, distributed, and consumed is unwasted and recognized as unsustainable from both the ecological and social perspective. Inequitable and injustice are epidemic that in the way cost, risk, and reward are generated and distributed within by food system, and there are examples of environmental unsustainability in agriculture. Food policy and food system analysts have called for a transformation of food system to support improved food and nutrition and national security policies, socio-economic justice, ecological sustainability with planetary boundaries and other sustainable development objectives. What is a food system? Food system encompasses all the ways in which food is produced, distributed, and consumed. However, a food system perspective encompasses much more than the pathway from feed to fork or farm to plate. It also embraces activities upstream farms such as research, plant breeding, and the supply of agricultural input downstream to consumers, including the disposal of waste and recirculation of nutrients. A food system is systematic in an emergent rather than a planned system. It is the product of historically rooted dynamic cost and scale. Interaction among many processes and actors. Food systems were structured by relations of capital and trade, network of social and illegal contracts, and food nutrient communities and money across short and long distances. It is first to talk of a single global system that comprises and with a multitude of less interacting regional and local food systems. However, a purely scalar conception of food system is potentially misleading. Hence, in a certain concrete sense, every person's evidence is immediate, local, and personal and local, while simultaneously connected to networks, processes, and flow, much larger temporal and structural scales. Food count system for the very wide scope of human activities, constituting a major source of employment and livelihood, a major user of environmental resources, a major source of environmental and economic dependence, and a driver of global warming that would also be increasingly affected by climate change in the coming decades. There are varieties of ways to spread a major user of the environmental resources, a source of the pollution and economic degradation, and a driver of global warming that will also be increasingly affect the climate change in the coming years. There are varieties of ways to represent food systematically, exposing them into their consistent path and relationship. This analysis This analysis of distribution conceptually analytical between state concepts, components and aspects of food system. Drivers drivers could include physical and economic factors, technology and infrastructure, political and economic factors, social and psychological factors. Most system components comprise of the source, distribute food. The outcomes of the food system is medicated by food environment. They influence customer choice and behavior. Individuals and in groups. Outcomes include effect on the nutrition, health and well-being of food, consumer and extra societal, economic, political, health and well-being food and array of economic and political as well as environmental impact such as wastage and pollution. Management of food system. Individuals may engage in a variety of ways in the multifactorial activities and functions involved in with the functions. Why everybody necessarily engage through consumption? Some people may be involved at different times in any of the wide range of food, popular food related activities, which can be undertaken in domestic institutions. This can be undertaken in domestic institutions, small enterprise or industrial settings. This includes producing and supplying industrial inputs and get manufacturing and packaging of food products. Other ways of engaging food systems. This includes producing and supplying industrial system, manufacturing and packaging of food products. Other ways of engaging in food system are also linked to a variety of food system are also linked to a variety of objectives such as supporting a livelihood, earning an income, occupying a professional role or identity, achieving a social status, and fulfilling domestic and social roles that would involve taking care of one another. Is there anything special about youth engagement with food system? A generational aspect suggests that whatever is peculiar is to youthhood is expressed and reflected through the circles of new generation of youth and its particular responsible member of young generation. The specific ways in which a person engage with food system are influenced by the intersection of their phases of life, with which many factors such as marital, single, because specific ways in which a person engages with food system are influenced by the sections of their phases in life, in which sections of life with many other factors such as gender, marital status, culture, health, education, etc. For example, a young woman who is on disability, culture, class, location, health, etc. For example, a young woman who cultivates a kitchen habit or purchases food in the market on behalf of herself and her household member carries a responsibility for the husband in relation to food and nutrition. However, her influence and autonomy will be different from a young man who, for example, manages family farm, contributes some cash and what he earns some hours and purchases his own meal and snack outside the house. The youth phase of a life course usually contains lifestyle changes of various kinds which may have consequences for each person's food, environment, food habits, diet, and energy needs. So, culturally, socially, culturally, and psychologically, youth is regarded as a period when changes in lifestyle and food habits can be placed in positive, negative direction. Sites such as school, gym, and workplace may exert an influence on the young person. Whether through providing food or exposing the young person to guidance on nutrition and healthy eating, participating in activities and employment away from home will also expose young people to positive, negative influences that peer pressure. Participating in activities and employment away from home will also expose young people to positive, negative influences by peer pressure and other social cultural signs. For physical dimensions, for physical objectives and interests are linked to people's system include basic food and nutrition system as well as energetic health effects that are associated with eating popular types of food and diet. As food consumers, people have been interested in food safety, e.g. chemical consumers. People are interested in food safety, e.g. chemical composition and contamination of foodstuffs. And malnutrition quality is motivated by the sensory properties of foods, such as flavor, aroma, etc. The public at large are directly and indirectly affected by the impact of agri-food systems and natural environments. An ecosystem serves as service such as air, water quality and safety. Youth need adequate energy and good food. Good nutrition through formative phase of early course. Youth is a period of transformation, psychological development for which good nutrition is essential. During puberty, each person gains about 40 to 50% of their adult age and 50-20% of their adult height. Changes in physical changes such as increase in sedentary or physical demanding work may have consequences for energy metabolism. There is evidence that obesity and other diet-related problems are increasing among today's urban youth. And even rural youths in some places and transition to diet rich in fat and sugar. Economic dimensions. Many people engage in food economy in food systems for economic motives such as generating an income or otherwise pursuing a livelihood. Substance farming, food producers and workers in food value chains may be concerned by issues of inequality in the distribution of benefits and risk arising from food system. The nature and dynamic of youth engagement in food system related economic activities differs between rural and urban areas and between male and female youth. According to 2019 Rural Development Report, the majority of rural youth belong to the households that are in transition from or have already moved out of farming. Nonetheless, there are still many young people in rural areas who do engage in some kind of agriculture or livestock production, even while they are in school, whether primarily for consumption or for sale, or on their own account for working with or others. The economics of food markets have important structuring influence on consumption. Young people's food choice and behavior are shaped for the food environment in which they move. In some rural communities, women are likely to be involved in producing food principally for domestic consumption, though they may have also cultivated and processed some types of crops for sale. Men are more likely to be expected to engage in commercial production system of farm food. System jobs may also be sorted according to the gender. For example, in restaurants and food processing factory, some jobs are likely to be occupied by men than women and vice versa. Cultural dimension. Food is important to people and social groups for symbolic and spiritual reasons as a signifier of cultural status and identity, and as a central feature of many traditional practices, ritual and celebrations. Ethic, cultural and religious meanings, norms and values are attached to many foodstuff dishes, beverages and styles of preparation. And in the place, occupation and people with which they are associated, these practices are sometimes understood as a shorthand for a whole lifestyle. These practices are sometimes understood as a shorthand for a whole lifestyle and set values. Food choices and dietary habits are immediately connected to a person's emerging sense of humility, are intimately connected to a young person's emerging state of identity, cultural belonging, and independence. Transitions such as marriage, leaving the family and entering into employment may expose young people to new expectations and norms in relation to food-related activities. We are on engineer Fumi Wahid Adejoke, also known as Ayinke, speech on the youth and nutrition, how nutrition works in the youth, factors that affect and determine the type of nutrition that the youth can take. Social dimension. Many social roles, relationships, and status are expressed through food and engagement in food system, such as professional and artisanal work like banker and butcher, reproductive roles like motherhood, breadwinner. In most people is where food consumption habits are formed. The influence of family and home continues during youth as it also changes in character and intensity. Younger members of the household typically take on increasing responsibility for domestic work and tasks associated with care and social reproduction around the home. This will generally include helping to procure food items, feed infants, and many more. Marriage and parenthood will endear youth with new dimensions. With new domestic relationship and care responsibility. Relocation to join a spouse or household will also entail changes in dietary habits and practice to accommodate the habits, preference, and routine of the spouse or family. In conclusion, young men and women have specific nutritional needs during puberty, which is essentially important. If they have had any disadvantage of poor nutrition during the early years, it can also cause that most youths, simply because they were young, to engage and interact with food system from a position of less experience, knowledge, and skill than adults, and in more cases, less powerful position. It follows there that the deduction from refining youth as potential agents of change that could or would play central role in driving food system transformative towards gender stability. Resources such as land and capital or influence voice in political science. Finally, we recommend a cautious and circumspect attitude towards youth as potential agents of change. In general, young people may be more open than older generations to embracing new ways of doing things, but this may be due to structural causes such as lack of prior commitment to existing activities and practice, or a shared rejection of the smart economy and environmental heritage. All social groups, including young and others, are likely to need positive and need support to overcome structural obstacles All social groups, including youth and others, are likely to need support to overcome structural obstacles, access resources, acquire skills, build confidence, and feel empowered to create, build, and pursue new, sustainable, and productive livelihood, including new ways to produce, process, distribute, and consume food. Thank you all for your rampant attention. From the insightful speech on youth engagement in transforming food system of human and planetary health delivered by engineer Mrs. Fumilayo Waheed Adejoke, there are several valuable lessons that we can glean. Number one, youth as catalyst for change. Youth as catalyst for change. Holistic understanding of food system. We have to understand that not everything just happens like that, even including the food that we eat. There are some things that causes how we select food, how we manage food, how we eat kind of food we eat, how we don't eat some particular food, and what makes changes occur. You eat this kind of food before you change it for a particular reasons. So, and also youth nutrition and health. One of the prominent lessons is that the importance of attending to nutritional needs of youth during their critical phase of development. Then, cultural significance of food. The speech underscores the cultural, symbolic, and spiritual dimension of food. It reminds us that food is deeply woven with the fabric of society, carrying profound meanings, traditions, and identities. In environmental stewardship, this speech brings attention to the environmental impact of our food system. It underscores the need for sustainable practices to ensure the well-being of the planet. By embracing eco-friendly approaches to food production, distribution, and waste management, we can contribute to the healthier environment, empowerment, and equality. Ambassador Engineer Dr. Fumi Aike highlights the importance of providing youth, particularly young men, with access to resources, skills, and opportunities. Empowering youth regarding to their gender, economic background, or location is essential for fostering equitable and inclusive food system. Collaboration and support. Speech emphasizes that in achieving transformative change in food system requires collective effort. It calls for collaboration between the government, institutions, communities, and individuals to create environments for youth to strive and innovate. Caution and expectation. While recognizing the potential of youth as an agent of change, the speech also advocates for a balanced perspective, it reminds us that while youth may bring fresh perspective and willingness to change, structural obstacles and the need for support must not be undermined or underestimated. In light of the surrounding speech, here are the following call of action. Empower the youth voice, promote sustainable education so that you can have an education of what to eat, what not to eat, how to eat, how not to eat. Reduce food waste. Raise awareness about the environmental and social impact of food wastage. Encourage you to take action such as practicing mindful consumption, supporting food recovery, practices that reduce food wastage at various stages of the supply chain. Invest in skill development. Collaborate with stakeholders to provide training and skill development opportunities. Youth interested in agriculture, culinary arts, and food entrepreneurship. These skills can empower young people to create sustainable livelihood and contribute to relentless food system. Promote sustainable consumption. Educate youth about the impact of dietary choices on health and the environment. Encourage plant-based diets. Reduce meat consumption, and encourage source of food products to promote both personal well-being and planetary health. So we move now to another, we revisit another intriguing message. Nelson Mandela 8, a new show. We'll be revisiting Nelson Mandela address on AIDS, a new struggle. AIDS, HIV/AIDS. In this powerful address titled A New Struggle, delivered at the World Economic Forum section on AIDS in February 3, 1997, President Nelson Mandela stands before an esteemed audience of the disease on humanity. He emphasized the urgent need for collective global effort to combat its spread with profound concern for the vulnerable and marginalized sector of society. President Mandela highlights the disproportionate burden by those already grappling with social inequalities. He stressed that the fight against AIDS requires a comprehensive multifactorial response involving all levels of society. President Mandela calls for unity, political commitment, and international solidarity to bring AIDS under control, urging all nations to work together as a caring global community for health and prosperity as they enter the new millennia. Source: Nelson Mandela Foundation. Mr. Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates and guests, ladies and gentlemen, I feel greatly honored to be invited to address you today on a matter that so deeply affects the world. Although HIV and AIDS has been with us through the 1960s and 90s, it is a problem where solution continues to elude us. We have made progress in understanding the epidemic, but we are still unable to contain its spread. The AIDS pandemic is getting worse and severe. At a rate that makes a collective global effort imperative. When the history of our time is written, it will record the collective effort of societies responding to a threat that has put in the balance the future of whole nations. Future generations will judge us on the adequacy of our response. In many ways, South African past as that of other colonial societies remains with us today, not least in the social dimension of the unfolding AIDS epidemic. The people, vulnerable, the unschooled, the socially marginalized, and the women and the children, those who fear the burden of colonial legacy. These are the sectors of people who are feared with the burden of AIDS. We are concerned at the discrimination and stigmatization directed at people living with the virus, and in many instances their families as well. Beyond the strategy of individuals and families, South Africans must begin to understand the host of every disease should not be taken. We are concerned at the discrimination and stigmatization directed at people living with this virus, and in many instances their families are well. Remember, beyond the enormous suffering, beyond the enormous suffering of individuals and families, South Africans are beginning to understand the cost of every sphere of society, observing with growing listening. South Africans are beginning to understand the cost of every sphere of society, observing with growing dismay its impact on the effort of our new democracy to achieve the goals of reconstruction and development. South Africa is confident that it is making headway in implementing its macroeconomic strategy for growth, employment and redistribution. All the signs point to a sound set of economic fundamentals. These are being on track to a national consensus in policy that will see us reach our target of economic growth and job creation. For own development takes place within and is boosted by the framework of increasingly integrated development across South Africa. So our region has to fulfill a long cherished dream of cooperation for peace and prosperity. And yet, South and Southern Africa take pride in, in this achievement, and we do know that the great and urgent needs of our people not would be easily met when it is not disease like AIDS. It is anticipated that if the current trend continues, then it will cost African citizens 1% of our GDP by the year of 2005, and that up to three-quarters of our health budget is consumed by direct. Even creative low-cost alternative hospital care with a significant impact in our health budget. Although the details may vary from country to country, this experience is now we share. The challenge is to seek ways to minimize its effect, to prepare its impact, and also cooperate for long-term solutions. Now, how can we address child mortality rates which are set to increase treasure in Africa? With 6,000 new infections occurring every day, with with 200 million and 900 and with 22 million million men, women and children infected, with 6 million people estimated to have died and 9 million under age of 15 having lost their mothers to AIDS. There is no doubt that humanity faces a major challenge. The severity of Syria. Severity of the economy. The severity of the economic impact of the disease is directly related to the who are in the peak productive and reproductive age group. It gives those on whom society relies to go to court. It creates new pockets of poverty when parents and breadwinners die and children leave school earlier to support the remaining children. The epidemic is fueled by another evil which affected our world. Open conflict, intensity war, cause population movement and social dislocation, which promotes spread of infection. With the cruel irony, even our achievement in providing communication networks and transportation networks and bright regional and the building of regional economic blocks influence the attitude and behavior pattern of people in ways that sometimes accelerate the spread of the disease. These are well-known facts. If we recall them now, it will undermine the scale and the multi-faced nature of the problem. The health sector cannot meet this challenge on its own, nor can government. All sectors and all spheres of society have to be involved. No, all sectors welfare society have to be involved as equal partners. We have to join hands to develop programs and share information and research that will halt the spread of this disease and help develop support network for those who are affected. 85. The global community has recognized the need for multi-sectional response to by 1985, the global community has recognized the need for multi-sectional response and endorsed a structure to support such funded response by all countries. The United Nations Program (UNAIDS) recognizes that in a longer term, continuously development, employment, and wealth creation, literacy programs, and promotions of equality between men and women, and human rights address the underlying functions and consequences. In general, the response by individuals to date has fallen short of what is needed. In some cases, political commitment has been lacking. In other resources have been limited. Frequently, people essential services have been non-existent. Conscious of our own need to put an end to this virus, to combat this virus on a higher plane, South African National AIDS Program has made the call for a new struggle. The vision which for our struggle for freedom, development of energies and resources, and unity and commitment to common goals. All these are needed as to bring AIDS under control. South Africans achieved struggle in their struggle for freedom, thanks to the solidarity of the international community and its commitment to justice. As the freedom of each nation and independence with that of others, so too the health and well-being of their people. Now here is more true than in the other cases. AIDS. Challenge of AIDS can be overcome if we work together as a global community. Let us join hands in caring partnership for health and prosperity as we enter the new millennium. In this reward, I may thank you for affording me the opportunity to address you. I wish you success as you seek to promote cooperative action. Thank you. So those are the words of President Nelson Mandela on the new struggle of AIDS. What are the lessons that we can learn from it? Urgency to global collaboration. Nelson Mandela realized that his country was faced with a virus, a syndrome that is fast spreading, and because of the economic reforms that they are just done at that time, we do not have enough resources and personal funds to tackle the fast outbreak of the virus. So we have to start calling and appealing for urgent collaboration from other countries to join hands with them and telling them that let's go quickly contain it here so that it's not also born out to your own country. Addressing socio-economic disparities. President Nelson Mandela highlights that the disproportionate burden of AIDS is vulnerable and marginalized population, including poor, socially marginalized women and children. This underscores the importance of addressing socio-economic disparities and inequalities to efficiently combat this epidemic. On the sectional response, the speech emphasizes the need for a multi-sectional response to AIDS. This goes beyond the health sector and calls for involvement of all spheres of society, government, civil society, and communities. Political commitment. President Mr. Mandela emphasized on the importance of political commitment to tackle AIDS. International solidarity and cooperation. The speech recalls how the struggle for freedom in South Africa was achieved through international solidarity. The speech recalls how the struggle for freedom in South Africa was achieved through international cooperation. Long-term solution. The speech intends to highlight the importance of addressing underlying issues such as community development, literacy, importance of resources. The speech underscores that political commitment alone is not enough. Adequate resources are allocated to combat AIDS effectively. Lack of resources can hinder essential services and effort to control the spread of the disease. Unity of freedom. President Mandela calls for a new freedom against AIDS, emphasizing the need for a new vision global independence. The speech reminds us that the health and the well-being of people in each nation are interdependent, and people like challenge. This speech reminds us that the health and well-being of people in each nation are interdependent, and global challenges like AIDS require collaborative action from international communities. Care and support. Care and support network. Speech advocates for the development of support network for those affected by AIDS. Care and support network. The speech advocates for development of support network for those affected by AIDS. From South African President Mandela mention of South African national AIDS programs in this struggle serve as a model for other nations to adopt a comprehensive and determined approach to combat AIDS before they are also being struck and knocked down by the syndrome, which I believe has probably knocked down the Scot. So from President Mandela's speech on AIDS, we can derive several important calls to action that remain relevant in this modern day. Number one, global solidarity and collaboration. Top time to discuss with our person. Then political commitment and resources allocation, which politically motivate our leaders should be politically ready to solve problems that concern the citizen, and also allocate resources appropriately. Women should allocate resources appropriately. Then multi-sectional response. Addressing AIDS demand a multi-sectional response involving all spheres of society. Health sector, government, businesses, society, and communities must work as equal partners to develop and implement comprehensive programs. Prioritize vulnerable and marginalized populations. Special attention should be given to vulnerable and marginalized population who bear a disproportionate burden of the disease. Suitable long-term solutions. Efforts to combat AIDS must focus on long-term solutions, including community development, employment opportunities, gender equality, literacy program, and protection of human rights. This initiative addresses underlying conditions and consequences of the disease. Health system strengthening. Strengthening health system is essential to address the challenges posed by AIDS. Eliminate stigma and discrimination. We should stop stigmatizing those that are perceived to have AIDS. Although AIDS is not curable, but stigmatizing them, it is not good. Research and innovation. Improve global health equality. The AIDS pandemic serves as a reminder on the importance of global health. Then, strengthen international partnership, leverage technology, harnessing the mission sharing and surveillance monitoring and response to medical to combat AIDS again. Promote innovation in healthcare delivery. Encourage innovation in healthcare delivery, including in telemedicine or digital health solutions. In conclusion, President Mandela's speech continues to inspire us to take collective action against AIDS. For promoting global solidarity, political commitment, multi-sectional responses, and equitable access to healthcare, we can work together to overcome the challenges posed by the epidemic and support those affected by HIV and AIDS worldwide. So, let us move quickly to Justin Trudeau building a better future for all. Justin Trudeau building a better future for all, the feminist generation. Justin Trudeau feminist generation building a better future for all. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and advocates for societal progress, it is a great pleasure that we revisit powerful and inspiring speech delivered on June 30th, 2021. By Justin Trudeau, through doing a crucial global forum held in Ottawa. Ontario. In this address, Justin Trudeau shed light on the voices that often go unheard emphasizing the necessity of listening and acting according to the needs of marginalized individuals, particularly women, girls, racialized communities, indigenous people, members of the LGBTQ community, through poignant anecdotes and compelling arguments. The speech reflects on the challenges faced by some groups and the imperative to forge a path towards more equitable The speech reflects on the challenges faced by this group and the imperative to forge a path towards a more equitable and inclusive future. As we dive into the words that resonate with a generation committed to change, we are reminded of the profound impact that thoughtful and inclusive policies can have in advancing gender equality and building a society. As we dive into the words of that resonate with generation committed to change, we are reminded of the profound impact of thoughtful and inclusive policies can have in advancing gender equality and building a society where no one is left behind. Let us journey once again into the art of this speech, whose empowerment and progress source Prime Minister of Canada archive. Hello everyone, thank you for being a part of such an important global forum. A few weeks ago I met Amina, a mom who started her own farm and local business in Canada. Amina proud of what she's accomplished, and rightly so, but from findings good child care to working in an industry dominated by men, she told me it wasn't easy. All leaders and government had something we had to listen to. We had to listen when women would do a double shift, say they need quality child care. When girls say they need access to education. When racial women and indigenous women and LGBTQ people say they need justice. We have to listen. And when we have to act with our actions, we shall create the real positive change that people need. Just take for example childcare. This pandemic has made clear what parents and feminists are like. They have known This pandemic made it clear what parents and feminists alike have known for decades. The child care is necessary. That's why in April we committed $30,000 billion to build a Canada-wide early learning and child care support. This good, affordable child care will allow around 250,000 mothers in Canada to go back to work. As we rebuild from this pandemic and drive feminist recovery, it is exactly the kind of results people need, and not just in Canada, but everywhere. That is why Canada is stepping up significantly, not at home, but around the world. The government is investing $100 million to support paid and unpaid care workers globally. The new commitment makes Canada the highest national donor to the care economy worldwide, and this comes to a feminist recovery. We are not stopping there. We are going to continue partnering with feminist organizations at home and around the world, Because in the last 5 years, we have seen what we can achieve by working together. See, think of the almost 25 million children whose life has been changed for the better by the Global Partnership for Education, a partnership Canada will continue to support. I think of the 100 feminist organizations we are supporting through Equality Fund that Canada started. Already everything from defending workers' rights to supporting health clinics, or the almost 80,000 millions of funding we are investing for women and girls, which we are committing to Action Coalition here at this Generation Equality Forum. In total, between this investment and the care work, between this investment and the care work commitment, we are investing $180 million a year to this forum to advance gender equality. My friends, this is just the start. Our world is at a crossroad, and the path ahead, well, it is the one being built by women and girls, by feminist movement and women organization, and by people in their diversity and every corner of the globe. It is a generation that believes in the better future for everyone. And this is a generation that knows you cannot get there if anyone is left behind. In other words, this is a feminist generation. And if we need feminist government to stand with it, from this speech, several lessons can be learned. Importance of listening. The speech emphasized the importance of listening to the voices and experience of marginalized groups, including women, girls, racialized people, indigenous people, and the LGBT community. By actively listening, leaders and governments can gain a deeper understanding of the challenges we have. Necessity of gender equality. The speech underscores the importance of gender equality as a fundamental goal for social progress. It highlights the transformative impact of investing in initiatives that promote human rights, education, and empowerment, both within Canada and a global scale. Role of child care in economic empowerment. The speech recognizes child care as an essential factor in enabling women to participate fully in the workforce by investing in quality and affordable child care. Countries can support mothers return to work, contributing to economic growth and gender equality. Global solidarity. The speech showcased Canada's commitment to supporting feminist causes worldwide. By partnering with feminist organizations and investing in gender equality initiatives globally, countries will contribute to positive change and uplift communities across borders. Collaborative efforts for change. The speech emphasizes the power of collective action and partnership with diverse groups and movements to drive positive change. As we reflect on the powerful words spoken in this speech, we We are called upon to take meaningful actions in this modern day. Advocate for inclusive policies. Let us advocate for inclusive policies that addresses the specific needs of marginalized communities, including women, girls, racialized individuals, indigenous people, and LGBTQ communities. Push for legislation that promotes gender equality, social justice, and rights of all individuals. Support quality child care. Recognize the importance of affordable and high quality child care as a crucial enabler for women's economic empowerment. Urge government to invest in comprehensive child care systems that allow mothers to participate fully in the workforce without sacrificing children's responsibilities. Embrace feminist leadership. Foster global solidarity. Invest in education and health. Advocate for increased investment in education and health, particularly for women and girls in underserved communities. Education empowers them and health keeps them alive. Engage in collective action. Recognize the power of collective action in effective change. Join forces with grassroots organizations, community groups, and advocacy networks to amplify the voice of gender equality. Foster global solidarity. Embrace a global perspective and support initiatives that address gender inequality and social issues worldwide. Collaborate with international organizations and feminist movements to promote positive change and support marginalized communities beyond national borders. Promote diversity and inclusion. Encourage diversity and inclusion in all aspects of society. Support efforts to increase representation and leadership opportunities for underrepresented groups, fostering a more inclusive and equitable society. Be agent of change. Be agent of change. Each individual has the power to be an agent of change. Engage in conversations about gender equality, challenge stereotypes and biases, and actively contribute to creating a society where everyone can thrive. Continue the fight for gender equality. The journey towards gender equality is ongoing. Stay committed to the cause and persist in advocating for meaningful change. By standing together and maintaining unwavering dedication, we can build a world that truly embodies the principles of gender equality, justice, and empowerment for all. And with that, we end the recitation of Justin Trudeau's speech on building a better future for all. So before I go on the break, I'd like us to I would like to just briefly reflect on some of the speeches that we revisited. Just right now, we talked about the feminist approach, in which they are sponsoring organizations that would foster their cause of promoting feminism, gender equality, LGBTQ, and all of that. And also before that too, we looked at the definition of success by John um, John Hood, in which he said that he does not define his success by what he has. It's not by what he has, material possession, but by his happiness, how satisfied he is. Um, we should also, as individuals, know what makes us happy and how we can derive joy in our activities. To be an agent of change, we must be happy ourselves. To be an agent of change, we must be happy ourselves. So, we also looked at Nelson Mandela's, the new struggle, which actually talked about the outbreak of AIDS in South Africa and how he was pleading for collaborative efforts to combat it, to ensure that the outbreak did not exceed its current state. You know AIDS to be a very dangerous and deadly disease, and if not properly managed and immediate steps are not taken, it would lead to more crisis, economic crisis in the state. Like contemplating on probably revisiting this before we go on the break, but I was thinking that it is noteworthy that Justin Trudeau, that I would just revisited her speech, is the Prime Minister of Canada, and she is a very, very strong and devoted feminist, and has initiated all our programs towards the feminist organizations. All majority of our programs are directed to the cause of feminism, as that's our belief. We should note that all our addresses and revisitation here is to achieve a purpose, and that purpose is how we can be agents of change for ourselves, how we can make our voice agents of how we can make our voice, how we can use our voice for change, how we can solve problems, how we can learn from these words and solve problems, how we can ensure that there was one person that was like, once we elect these leaders, a few hours ago, we were interacting, and this word still comes back to me. He mentioned that once we elect these leaders, we just elect them and we just leave the rest to God. We argue that no, we should lend our voice. If you are not comfortable with something, let it be known. Don't be smiling and suffering. Yes, you should not be smiling and suffering. We say policy that does not go with us as citizens. We elected them. Let our voice be known. If nothing's been done, but to satisfy your conscience that you did not just sit down. Don't be comfortable with something that is not good, you know. And then we cited the courage of Nelson Mandela and how he was able to even confront the system at that time. So we should not be suffering and smiling anymore in this country. And the good thing is, as you mentioned, it seems like the government we have now is ready to listen to all citizens. Talk, they will hear. And it's possible that they act on it. So, okay, I'm going on my break now. We'll come back shortly.